You know, that opening is starting to get on me. Get on me? That's not the right word. More like it's starting to rub off on me? I think that's the right word. I'm starting to like it. That's all I'm trying to say here. Grow on you. Why do I keep forgetting whenever that is? Like, I just remember that phrase for some random reason. Okay, anyway. I want to say it's this one. April 2nd. Okay, it's that one. There it is. What's up, Kyobi? How you doing, man? I saw that you were playing Boneworks, I think is what it was called. Oh no, everyone's getting a cold. Not yeah! Wow, we both were gonna make that joke. Jesus. Is Boneworks meant to be a horror game?
Nani? ケイチ、悪いんだけど図書館に行って本を返してきてくれない？
Manu, don't you miss like the old Kyobi? The old Kyobi would turn around 108 degrees, shoot a zombie, and then an explosion would appear, and he wouldn't even bother looking at the explosion. He'd walk away like he was in Hollywood, man. That was the old Kyobi. What happened to Kyobi, man? Now he turns around, he sees a zombie, he shoots it, and then he screams. How's that? He still gets the perfect headshot. He gets the perfect headshot, man. What was the point of screaming? Of every single time you turn around, you get an instant kill. Honestly, if I fought Kyobi in a first-person shooter and he turned around and shot me, I'd instantly call him a cheater, okay? Like, he probably wall hacks. Like, instantly, he just knew I was behind him, and he shot me in the head. Like, come on, man. You put him on esports team. All you gotta do is just put him facing a wall.
仕方ないな。でも俺、図書館がどこにあるか知らないよ。
あら、知らないの？沖宮の駅前をちょっと進んで。
You know, conveniently, whenever we get... Okay, no, to be fair, it's only been 2 chapters, okay? We're on the second part. But it feels like whenever you want scary shit to happen, all you gotta do is just say, okay, son, we have to go on a vacation now, or we got some business to do. Now the scary stuff happens. Because scary stuff can't happen when the parents are around, apparently. Oh, perfectly well-timed phone ring. Man, if you think about it, how scary would horror movies be if your mom and dad were around all the time?
前原です。はい、おりますけど。
I mean, think about it.
圭一に電話よ。早めに終わらせてね。
Would Kyobi scream if he knew that his mom were watching him? No, right? He'd be like, "Oh, mom's here. I can show her my amazing technique, the 180-degree headshot."
もしもし。
あ、園崎の妹の方です。こんにちは。今はお時間大丈夫ですか
？What are they ones trying to kill you? I mean, there's a genre defined by that, yeah.
シオンか。
Well, sort of, kinda. Domestic horror doesn't necessarily have to have like the spouse or something, or the mom or dad killing you, but.
ミオンと同じで、今日は徹夜明けで寝込んでるんじゃないかと思ったぜ。
え？
Tiger moms, best moms, you mean?
それじゃあおね、今日はずる休みですかおねらしい。
ごめんな。ちょっと親が電話待ちをしてるんで、そんなに長話はできないんだ。何の用だ？
Is that? Are you sure? Has your mom ever watched you play the horror game, Kyobi?
お話ししたいことがあったんですけど、長電話が無理じゃ仕方ないですね。
I feel like innately just having more people there makes something less scary. So like, if you want to play a horror game but you're scared at horror, streaming it can really help, in my opinion.
じゃあさ、会って話をしないか？ついでに図書館にも案内してもらえるとありがたい。
図書館って駅前の私立図書館ですか？別にいいですよ。バイトのついでってことで。
じゃあいつもミオンと待ち合わせてる場所わかるか？
Whoa, hang on. Take a step back. Excuse me. Honestly, the hangover excuse is pretty good in the sense that if you did believe that Mion would drink, which I don't, then her not being around would be useful there. Okay.
園崎家の小道に分かれる分岐の。
あ、ケイちゃん、言ってませんでしたっけ？私、本家じゃなくて、沖宮の家に住んでるんですよ。だから、待ち合わせ場所は、沖宮駅の改札前なんかにしてくれた方が嬉しいんですけど。
じゃあ駅に集合な。すぐに行くよ。じゃあ。
圭一、よろしくね。お夕飯までには帰るのよ。
じゃあ行ってくれよ。
Alright. If we're talking about alcohol, let me drink this. Which isn't alcohol. Chai tea with cinnamon.
.ミオンと違ってシオンは待ち合わせ時間を守るな。しみじみ。
お姉を標準にされるといろいろと困ります。
Honestly, if we're talking about names, I love like a combination of names. Names that sound so stupid they're funny, and names that are like really simple. That's the one thing I really missed from Disgaea, just naming the characters. I've had some really dumb names that still stuck with me. One of which someone made into an actual Twitch name. It was premarital handholding. I'm like, what?
お前も昨夜は寝てないんだろ
Yeah, Disgaea names are amazing when you can just like have so much fun with them.
隠しても無駄だぞ。で、学校を早退したに違いない。
残念でした。私はそもそも今日はずる休みしてますので。私、お姉より容量いいですから。
I actually kind of miss Disgaea. I don't miss the grind. And my favorite Disgaea so far is still D2.
じゃあ、先に用事を片付けます？
I don't know, I'm just not interested in Disgaea 5. I'm not crazy about the characters.
時間もそんなにないですから。図書館へ行くんですよね。
ああ、頼むよ。お袋の借りてる本の返却期限が今日までらしいんで。図書館は遠いのか？
すぐ近くですよ。
I forgot why is he going to the library? I mean, it makes logical sense because he's a student, but what was the reason behind it again? I kind of miss the library myself. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
どこの図書館も似たようなもんだな。
Spent a decent amount of my time in there in college because I couldn't focus at home, so I would just go into the library and force myself to focus.
すみません、返却に来ました。
You're not late at all. I started about 15-ish minutes ago. Is that right? Yeah, about right.
悪いな、お待たせ。終わったよ。
図書館って涼しくていいところですね。私、将来は図書館で働きたいです。
地味というか堅実というか、姉と比べると随分とささやかな希望だな。
I mean, not everyone wants fame. For me, I don't really... do I care about that? I guess to some degree, I would like some fame. Like, if I were to be a novelist, I would like my book to be read.
まあ、互いの持ち味を大切にしたいですよね。私たち分身じゃなくてシオンとミオンというちゃんとした個人なんですから。
Yeah. I've called this since the beginning.
双子は双子なりにいろいろと考えてるんだな。
God, going through this chapter and struggling to like hold back everything that I was supposed to say, and then like having that huge release, that dam just fell over. Like, okay, here we go, guys. Finally, they're separate people.
でも楽しそうだよな。俺には兄弟はいないから、うちには俺以外は親しかいない。窮屈なもんだよ。
私だってそうです。お姉とは一緒に住んでるわけじゃないですから。え、お姉は本家に、私は沖宮の家に住んでるんです。
本家ってなんだ？随分と立派な響きがあるけどな。
本家は本家です。園崎家の本家。お姉は跡取りだから、バッチャと一緒に住んで、 いろいろと当主としての修行をさせられてるみたいです。
Okay, so now confirmed. I don't have to like hold that back anymore. Mion's part of a kind of a big family.
ケイちゃんは引っ越してきたばかりでしたよね。
Okay, and now that you know that, I can finally say that Mion has a lot of responsibility on her, right?
自分で言うのもなんですけど、園崎家ってここいらじゃ結構名士なんですよ。
Like more than just like the odd job here and there helping her uncle and being the group leader for her club. She also is the head of a family, or is been being in training for one at least.
本当かよ。
園崎家はですね、親族全体で助け合う土壌があるんです。今の当主のバッチャが築き上げたんですけどね。沖宮の街を歩くことがあったら、看板とかを意識してみてください。園崎の親族が経営しているお店ってとても多いんですよ。
言われてみれば例のおもちゃ屋も親類の人が経営してるみたいだったな。そういえばエンジェルモートも親類の人が経営してるんじゃないのか？
That's actually a fair question, do they? Because it's very successful.
特に金融不動産関係は強いですね。
Okay, so now you know they're rich and they have a lot of their hands in business.
あと商工会議所の役員も何割かは園崎姓かその親類がついてます。
Okay, so you know that they're even involved within large financial industries and politics.
沖宮一帯を評伝に市議会議員と県議会議員にも園崎がいますし、
Okay. No, that's actually huge. So now that this is all coming out, it's coming out in a kind of like a serene setting. You're in a freaking library, right? You're not finding out because you went into their house and dug up information. It's not like that. But don't glance over it, right? Because this is gonna be part of your evidence, or yeah, it can be part of your evidence to lead you towards one theory or another.
ちょっと待て。なんだかすごい話になってきたぞ。ひょっとして園崎家ってこの辺り一帯じゃすごいんじゃ。
ねえ、すごいんです。うんうんうんうん。
That's my favorite delicious policeman.
どうも。こんにちは。今日はデートですかな？
お、
羨ましいですね。
So this is really random, Manu. But when the DLC drops for Grand Blue, do you want to run some suts?
そうだと思ったら邪魔しないでほしかったですね。おいさん。
いえいえ、すみません。知ってる声が聞こえてきたのでついつい。
Actually, what's with a cop being in a library?
前原さんでしたよね。あなたもタフな人ですね。園崎姉妹を二股かけるなんて。
いや、そんな二股だなんて。
ごめんなさい、ケイちゃん。私もうバイトの時間なんです。
そうなのか？
また今度。
Okay, so she dropped out of the way.
バイトが終わったら電話します。夜なら電話大丈夫ですよね。
ああ、大丈夫だと思う。
じゃあ今夜電話しますのでその時に。じゃあ。
園崎のご令嬢とこれだけ親しくできるなんて、前原さんもなかなかの大物ですね。私も口の利き方を改めた方がいいかもしれません。アイスティーでいいですか？ミルクは入れます？
あ、いえ。
じゃあ入れますよ。はい、どうぞ。
Yeah, like I said, what is he doing here?
前原さんは園崎さんのことをどれくらいご存知で？
Well, now I know there's two sisters. One's in training to be the head. The Nana, or I guess the grandma, is the first person who started to establish the family. They have money, a lot of money. What else? They run real estate. They have crazy amounts of business everywhere. They have their hands in politics. What else? I can't think of anything else. Go ahead.
さっき聞いた以上のことは何も。
園崎家はこの地域一帯を牛耳ってる暴力団です。
A syndicate.
ちなみに彼女のお父さんは関東でも有名な暴力団グループの大幹部さんです。
Okay, so we're going even further than that. Syndicate.
ご存知でした？
大幹部って。
シオンさんの自宅をご存知ないんですか？
No?
高い塀に有刺鉄線と監視カメラで守られた典型的な暴力団の組長宅ですよ。
Wow, sounds like a pretty amazing place to live.
今度ぜひ遊びに行ってみてください。いえ。まさか。園崎美音さんが継ぐのはそんなちんけな暴力団組織だけじゃありません。彼女が継ぐのは園崎家そのものですよ。そのあたりの意味、ちょっと噛み締めていただけますかな。
Oh god, I have an idea. That is petrifying, but also really stifling. Unless she wants to do it, but I don't seem to have that impression.
ミオンさんがその気になれば、往来の真ん中で人殺しをしたってもみ消せちゃうかもしれないんですよ。証人は現れないだろうし、警察にだって圧力をかけられますし。
ミオンは人殺しなんかしないぞ。
しません、ものの例えですよ。
Is that the reason why they took away the gun attached to Mion's outfit? Because it felt a little bit too obvious.
大石さんでしたっけ？名前。
ねえ、そうです。
I think it's actually just supposed to be an air gun or something, and she mentions it later, but...
大石さん、ミオンの家が何だろうと、ミオンは俺の誇れる最高の友人です。それをあまりけなすような言い方は好きになれないですね。
ではざっくばらんに。そのミオンさんにいくつかの事件の嫌疑がかかっているとしたらどう思います？
Oh, I have a question. This is something that I've been meaning to test for a while. So there's this new feature. Well, it's been out for a little while now, but you can have bit emotes. So if you contribute a certain amount of bits, you will unlock emotes. And I think the first bit tier unlocks at either 100 or 1000. Manu, I'm pretty sure you've given me enough bits to hit 1000. Do you see if you have a bit emote? I'm not sure how you would access it. Not by a long shot. Okay. Huh.
何かの誤解に決まってるじゃないですか。
Yeah, but what about all those times you donated for me to have a pencil for the Zeroscape streams?
ミオンは物騒なことを言うやつだけど、そんな悪いことをするようなやつじゃない。
前原さん、お静かにお静かに。ここ図書館ですから。落ち着いてください。
Yeah, functionally, he gives you information, but in the first chapter, he makes you paranoid. Not just Keiichi, but you, right? So you could see him functionally like that. Makes sense to me. It actually serves the exact opposite of what he should be doing, if you think about it. So yeah, at the same time, he is a cop giving information to Keiichi to convince him that he's going to be the target in chapter 1 made sense, but he unsettles you, right? Which is not what a cop should do if they're on your side, obviously. Okay, well, here we go. So he's pretty much just telling you straight up that all that lore that you got from Shion implicates the Sonozaki family. So if... Thanks. I have 2 more. Alright. Thank you for the pencils. Is that going to be the inside joke now?
さっきも申し上げました通り、園崎家はいい意味でも悪い意味でもこの辺り一帯で強い力を持っているんです。ですから、ちょっと何かあるとすぐに疑いがかかってしまう。その辺りをご理解いただきたいのですよ。
I mean, you can also argue that he actually doesn't trust anyone. Because if he were trying to make you safe, then he would understand that giving all that information could make someone feel nervous. Yeah, it also proves as evidence. But furthermore, what you just said, you feel like he's trying to probe people for clues, right? So this information he's giving you is also to like gauge your reaction. And it's smart on his end, but it also is I shouldn't say too much. I'll let that one go for now.
ですから、私だって仕事で仕方なくやってるんです。
Oh, Marco, thank you so much for follows.
ミオンさんを疑うためでなく、ミオンさんの疑いを晴らすために捜査をしている。
Right.
そ
Okay.
うお考えいただきたいのです。
大石さん、ひょっとして俺に用なんですか？
Okay, that's a good step. Because if you repeat Keiichi being kind of oblivious to how he speaks, then you're repeating chapter 1, right? But in order for some development to happen, obviously he should be suspicious here. So you start picking up on new bits of information. So we have information from chapter 1, and now we're getting information from chapter 2. I'm going to straight up tell you ahead of time so you don't get confused. Information that exists in all the chapters are meant to be borrowed. They're not disconnected.
ねえ、そうですよ。前原圭一さん。
And that feels a little bit weird, I guess, with horror and supernatural elements kind of happening in the story, and the story not being continuous. But I promise you that's the case, so you don't have to worry about how you use your time, right?
何かの事件でミオンを疑っていて、その友人の俺に何か聞きに来た。
Yeah. Also, furthermore, usually mysteries are tied to logic, right? You can't have magic in a mystery. Well, that's not entirely true, but I'll say that for now. Usually, magic does not exist in a mystery, because for deductive skills, which requires your logic to happen, right? You need to have certain rules, and those rules apply to the actual rules of the world, like physics. Like, a man can't be stuck in a closed room, and a man can't be stuck in a closed room and die suddenly from an extrinsic force, right? There has to be something that occurred in that room, or unless he died from like I don't know, a heart attack or something. But
そういうことですか
if it's not that, it's something else, right?
いえいえ違います。
Now, the chapters. I'm being a little going a little ahead of myself here. The chapters, once again, even though supernatural things happen in Higurashi, you are supposed to still take clues based on characters staying consistent. Sure, characters will go crazy, but character roles will stay mostly the same. And from repetition, you gain consistency, you gain proof, right? That's usually how you break down like motivation or something like that, or try to understand someone's intention, right? If they do the same thing in multiple scenarios, you will see that they're consistent with what they believe and what they say, right? Whatever that may be.
私は園崎美音さんの友人と話をしに来たのではなく、前原圭一さんに話をしに来たのです。
Hey, Nichols.
ご自宅にお伺いしたらご迷惑でしたでしょうからね。
I just know that at least when Higurashi first came out as an anime, because not everyone read the visual novel, right? People were talking about how it was impossible to solve the mystery when I was involved with discussion. It was actually pretty interesting too.
俺に警察が何の用だって言うんですか
And their logic was it was impossible to solve the mystery because supernatural elements do not exist in mystery, right? The genre.
そんなに構えなくて大丈夫ですよ。肩を楽にして、ちょっと質問に答えてくださるだけでいいんです。
But I think that's actually a lot of the fun when it comes to Rikushi's writing.
それって職務質問ってやつですか
There's like multiple ways to read into the story.
偶然知り合ったおじさんとの世間話ってことにしましょ
And truthfully, I think
う。
any good story has that element of it, right? But it's not just done through its writing. It's also done because of its genre, right? The expectations of a genre can make you read the story in a different way. So, like for example, if this music didn't exist and it was a freaking romantic comedy, well, okay, to some degree, sometimes it is. If it were a rom-com family show, and I looked at the genre like, okay, it's a rom-com, then my expectations going to the story would be different, right? It would be like, oh, this guy's legitimately just trying to have a nice, lovely conversation with Keiichi here, and he's offering him donuts, right? Oh, look, there's the laugh track. Okay, well, there we go. That's exactly what I was expecting. I'll read the story differently. But obviously, you can gain context from the music, right? That's the subtext, I guess you would say, in a visual novel. But there's more than just that, right? Gaining information from different sources, whether it be audio, whether it be how a character acts, the visuals that you see on the screen, it all matters, trust me. And how you feel when you're experiencing something is not necessarily, it's not necessarily by chance, right? It's not just solely individual to you, because if the person who has created the work has done a good job, they're trying to invoke an emotion from you. And if you can feel the logic of how that occurs, then you can understand, like, purpose of a scene.
昨べは綿流しのお祭り、盛大で楽しかったですね。
And it's kind of a weird thing to get used to, but I used to think, I know I'm going kind of slow with this, but I used to think that emotions and logic were disconnected from each other. That if I felt something about a scene, then it was simply just how I felt. It was not necessarily constructed to be that way. I don't know how the fuck I used to think that, but there can be a rational explanation to something that might not be immediately logical.
はぐらかさないでください。
I don't know how else to say that.
今さら世間話なんかされても。
昨日の綿流しの晩富武二郎さんと高野美代さんにお会いしませんでしたか？
Oh shit, I just realized. Takano Mio sounds awfully like Mio. It makes so much sense. She's always been super sus.
あれ、写真はどこに行っちゃったかな？
And like suddenly her internet doesn't work anymore? On the day after the festival? Huh. Very suspicious. That's strange.
ああ、あったあった。
And then for some reason she seems to be far removed from anyone else nowadays playing what even is that game anyway? Animal Crossing? I don't think Animal Crossing even exists. That seems like such a strange name for a video game.
さあ、
And then Mio is always carrying around a knife. Don't you think that's kind of something that a murderer would do?
どうでしょう。あったような、合わなかったような。
あれ？記憶が曖昧ですか？まさかアルコールが入っててよく覚えてないなんてのはなしにしてくださいよ。もう一度お聞きしますよ。ゆうべのお祭りで富武二郎さんと高野美代さんにお会いしませんでしたか？
I mean, it goes both ways, right? If Oishi trusted Keiichi, and if Keiichi trusted Oishi, I guarantee you this would be a little bit different.
と、繰り返し聞かれても、答えはさっきと同じです。
And there's actually a little bit of tragedy in that, but I won't talk about it until chapter 3. If we even get there, actually. But if I finish Final Fantasy VII this month very quickly, I'll go back to Higurashi for you if you're interested.
そうですか。改めて聞けば、さっきとは違う答えが返ってくるかなと思いましてね。では、質問を変えます。ほら、前原さん、リラックスリラックス。同じく夕べのお祭りなんですが、園崎しおんさんにお会いしませんでしたか？
Man, Keiichi's not a good liar. You can always just tell.
すみません。あったかもしれないですけど、ほら、ミオンにもそっくりですから、ミオンと見間違えてるかも。
そんなわけはないでしょう。ミオンさんもシオンさんも服装は全然違うんですから。
Oh, I've heard that one before.
そう簡単に見間違えるはずはありませんよ。前原さん。
Well, he did say that people were missing, so it's understandable why he's asking these questions, but Keiichi's misunderstanding this, I think. I don't think he knows that you went into the shed. And I don't think he's actually part of Hinamizawa, right? The officer. In fact, I'm 100% sure that's the case. He's from out of town, but he's an officer there.
おいさん、ホタルの光っす。
ん？あれは本当だ。もう閉館なんですね。
Already? What time is it? This is a library. Well, okay, I guess
じゃあ前原君、
this isn't a school library. It's a little bit different.
もうこんな時間なんで私たちは失礼させてもらいます。このお話はもっと時間のある時にのんびりといたしましょ
Right, exactly.
う。そうそう前原さん。
なんですか？
さっきさせてもらった2つの質問ですが、どちらの回答もよく覚えてない。
はい。
参考までに。あなた、昨日全員にお会いしてますよ。4人で楽しそうに歩いてたじゃないですか。石段のところで。
So he does know?
私がこの目で見てますから。
Or he's just like throwing it at me to get a reaction? Okay, no problem, Nagels. Yeah, the thing is, most people, I told most people that I wasn't streaming on Saturday, but things actually flipped around. So I'm not streaming on Sunday. So once again, if you can help me out by retweeting this link, I'd really appreciate it.
ではまたお会いしましょう。良いお年を。
No, I don't think so. I think there was one mention of the Higurashi as if they were happy. And that was before the festival. But you're saying cry specifically. I'm still not sure about that. Okay, so a little bit of contrast between the initial problem of the chapter, which was he didn't understand Mion, right? And he didn't understand Mion until someone told him that there was a problem. I think in this situation, I don't remember exactly how it worked, but when he went to the shed, I want to say he kind of already knew something was up and he shouldn't be doing what he was doing, but is that counterintuitive? Twice. Well, does it hang on. So he's reflecting on it, which is actually still different than how it was at the beginning of the chapter, because it took still someone to tell him for him to reflect on it, and even then he was kind of struggling. Oh, he was struggling. I see. He didn't really handle like the main critique, I would say, still. In fact, he didn't. If you think about it, the first chapter, the second chapter, the first half, right? Mion and Keiichi went back to square one as if the problems they had never occurred. And if you... Ah, that is interesting. I don't think of this story paralleling the structure that much. Huh. There was one other thought that I had, that this story also parallels, like, the story structure even further, but I forgot what it was. I think it was something that I tried to remember for after this chapter, but hopefully it comes back again. That idea that you want to choose to forget everything and start off again at square one, right? That's actually what we did, if you think about it. Chapter 2 starts off as if Chapter 1 didn't happen. Like, Keiichi doesn't remember anything, because this is a brand new start, right? That makes a lot of sense. Holy shit. Because then that definitely is a strong argument for something that I was talking about the other time. The critique extends farther than I thought. It's not just Keiichi doesn't realize that there's a problem and it has to be told to him for him to reflect upon it, right? It's also that this mentality of wanting to forget the problems and return back to square one is not going to allow you to grow. And so the thing that I wanted to say, and I stopped myself from saying when Keiichi was talking to Oishi, was that it's kind of a shame that they don't have the same relationship in Chapter 1, right? Their relationship has been reset. And so the thing that Keiichi wants is the thing that actually harms him too in this story, that he can't carry the lesson that he learned from Chapter 1. This is a brand new start. Technically what he wants right now, right? He doesn't understand that he is fully capable of doing something very cruel. But we do. We understand that, right? That Keiichi, if Ryukishi wanted to make that story appear yet again, he could be crazy as hell, and he is the source of Tomatake and Takano's disappearance, right? He could write that. You could write that story. Which one's Platina? If you described her, I'd probably remember.
ケイチ電話よ園崎さんから
I also really loved Valkyrie profile. That was worth every single extra dollar I had to pay on eBay.
もしもし、シオンか。
Unfortunately, I never finished it. Yeah.
どうも、今日は災難でしたね。
Man, it's nice to have a functioning brain for once. I've gone into most Higurashi streams kind of exhausted.
そんなこと言わないでください。
It's the truth, Shion. I'm sorry. It's just like I can't get like as much energy as I used to. I'm actually having a normal sleep schedule for once. So starting at like 8 and finishing at 2 feels very awkward for me.
私、ケイちゃんに一緒に逃げようってサインを送ったじゃないですか。なのにケイちゃん、ぼさっと残っちゃって。
ボサってことはないだろ シオンがあっという間に置いてきぼりにしたんで、あの後俺は大石のおっさんにたっぷり付き合わされたんだぜ。
そんなの私に愚痴られても困ります。
ああ、悪かったよ。次からはシオンを置いてくぐらいのつもりで真っ先に逃げ出すようにする。
できればレディーファーストでお願いします。
I don't remember what. You know what? I don't remember Platina. I'll look it up. Give me a second. Okay, so Platina Valkyrie profile. Ah, I recognize her face. Ah, okay. There we go. Yeah, I remember now.
それより俺に何か話があるんだろ。
はい。もしももう知ってるなら改めて言うような話じゃないんです。知ってますか？
悪いけど何のことかさっぱりわからないぞ。ヒントくらい出せ。
ってことは知らないみたいですね。
Ah. So, him not realizing his problem with Mion comes to bite him here. He's not realizing his problem with Shion. Okay, so that's one way of creating the parallel, right? You split the story in half. The first half of chapter 2 and the second half of chapter 2. And they're distinctly different, right? Just like Mion and Shion are supposed to be distinctly different.
実は
Even though they're twins.
昨日の綿流しのお祭りの晩なんですけど。
Okay. That's interesting. I like that kind of writing, Rikushi. Okay.
もしもし、
You know, I haven't thought about that before.
ケイちゃん聞いてます？
ああ、聞いてる。昨日の晩どうしたんだよ。
私たち4人入ったじゃないですか。それでその後みんなで歩いて石段のあたりで私たちみんな別れましたよね。
Dream, don't make me slap you, please.
高野さんたちは沢に行ってケイちゃんはその場に残って、私は親類の人たちのところに行っちゃって。
ああ、それがどうした？
お互い質問の返し合いになっちゃうと拉致が開かないんで、私からまず質問します。いいですか？
ゆうべ富武さんと高野さんに会いませんでしたか？
え？はい。あの後あの二人には会いましたか？
Why are you asking the same question as Oishi? Which means that this can kind of be paralleled with that conversation too.
どうしてだよ。だからどうしてそれを俺に聞くんだよ。
You're right. It's he's that good.
ほら
That's
ほら
not
ケイちゃん
Shion. That's Shioshi.
質問は私からのはずです。答えてください。
シオンはあったのか？シオンが先に答えたら俺も答える。
Asu Manu. Sorry we haven't watched the movie yet. Well, we'll do so in the future, I promise.
もちろん会ってません。一緒にいた親類が証明できます。
俺だって会ってない。証明って言うならミオンとかレナとかみんながしてくれる。
Sorry, what? Did you see the two of them after that? Why are you asking me that? Well, we know why you're asking. Okay.
正直に答えてくれて、じゃあ言いますね。ゆうべ高野さんと富武さんが死んだんだそうです。
ごめんシオン、今なんて言った？
ゆうべ高野さんと富武さんが死んだんだそうです。高野さんは焼死体で、富武さんは自殺みたいな感じで、今朝知ったんです。お父さんが親類の人からの電話で話してるのを聞いて。
Okay, at least that's consistent.
なんだよ、喉をかきむしっての自殺って。あの明るそうな富武さんが自殺？何かの間違いだろ。
警察がちゃんと検視したんです。自分の爪でガリガリと喉をかきむしって、血管を破いて血をドバドバ出して、自分の血で溺れ死んだんだって。
そんなバカな自殺聞いたことないぞ。自分の喉をかき破るなんておかしすぎる。
I mean, do you really know that, Keiji? Have you tried?
大声出してごめん。で、高野さんも自殺なのか？
高野さんは自殺かどうかちょっと。
Well, I mean, the suicide is Tomitake, right? Being put into a barrel, I think, implies, or at least the story is trying to imply, that's the sacrifice. They initially considered the body beyond recognition, but directly after, there was a request for a dental comparison from the prefectural police station in Okinomiya, and the results concluded that it was Mio Takano. The cause of death wasn't confirmed, but it was highly likely to have been a homicide, since she was in her undergarments and her clothes were nowhere on the area. Okay.
灯油缶が転がってたそうなんで、焼身自殺の線もあるそうです。
Sorry, homicide.
自殺なわけあるものか。同じ死ぬならもっと楽な方法がいくらでもあるだろう。こんなの絶対に自殺なものか。
私だってそう思ってます。富武さんのだって自殺だなんて考えられない。お社様のたたりってことになると思います。私たちたたられるのに十分な資格がありますから。
資格って冗談じゃないぞ。別に俺は。シオン、お前はゆうべ細工殿の中に忍び込んだらこうなるかもしれないと予想はついてたのか？
まさか。そりゃ多少はヤバいとは思いましたけど、こんなことになるなんて夢にも思いませんでした。それよりもケイちゃん、ちょっとよく考えてください。今年のお社様のたたりはおかしくないですか？死体が2つ見つかったってことです。言いましたよね。例年は1人が死んで1人が消えるんです。
Yeah, you're right.
2人の死亡が確認されたのは今年が初めてです。
Because usually, I guess the implication is the sacrifice is thrown into the swamp, right? And that leads straight into hell.
確かにそうかもしれないけど、 そんなのは大した問題じゃないだろ
いいえ、ケイちゃん。もっと真剣に考えてください。いいですか？二人の死がお社様のたたりということになってるなら、お社様の怒りを鎮めるための生贄もまた二人分必要なはずなんです。
そういう理屈になるのか。じゃあなんだよ、富武さんと高野さんが死んだ陰で今年は二人が行方不明になってるってのか。
まだ誰も行方不明になってないと思います。多分二人が失踪するのはこれからじゃないかと思うんです。
Actually, several people have been missing from the chat. If you think about it, where's Kyobi? What happened to Kyobi all of a sudden? He's disappeared.
これから二人が失踪する。
And then Nagel said he had to leave, you know, very very soon after, and he's not here anymore. He's disappeared too. He didn't say why he had to leave, right? Maybe someone knocked on his door.
まさか冗談だろ。
If I did, then I'll have to acknowledge that a horrible crisis was growing near for Shion and me. Unless you're going to continue that sentence. For Shion and I to be this scared, for example.
大地、そんなの新聞に出てないぞ。そんなに奇怪な事件なら絶対に新聞やテレビで報道するはずだろう。雑誌記者とかだって面白がって大勢来るに決まってる。
マスコミに報道されないのは当然なんです。過去にそうだったから。村長とか、あと園崎家出身の金バッジが警察に思いっきり圧力をかけたんだって聞いてます。
I mean, if you want to keep it super simple, so let's say you have two subjects, right? X and I. So subjects are things that have to do an action. And then you have X and me. So me is an object. It has to have things done onto it. So, for example, to make it really easy to remember, you take away the additional subject. So you take away X. So if the sentence originally was, Shion and I went to go eat food, then you would take away Shion, I went to go eat food. That makes sense. Therefore, Shion and I works as a sentence. If it were Shion and me went to go eat food, you would read me went to go eat food, and therefore it's incorrect, right? So when do you use X and me, for example? Well, an object has to have something done onto it, right? An action has to be placed onto that object, or yeah, pretty much. It cannot be the thing that does the action in the sentence. So Manu threw a spear at Shion and I. Well, hang on. Let's take away Shion. Manu threw a spear at I. Well, that's not correct because Manu is a subject who does the action, which is throwing a spear, and the object must receive the action, which would be me in that case, right? So Manu threw the spear at me, right? So you would add Shion in there. Manu threw the spear at Shion and me. That's how you would figure it out.
じゃあつまり二人の死は 秘密裏に処理されてしまったということか。
It does get a little bit weird with prepositions though. So like, for example, between you and me, comma, where do we go from here, right? And honestly, I keep forgetting that one. So give me a quick second to try to remember.
そういうことです。
Prepositions, do they usually require?
もちろん警察は捜査をしてますよ。でも秘匿捜査ということなので、捜査活動にはかなりの制限が加えられているそうです。
Okay, so that's a dependent clause. Between you and me, comma, where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Between you and me. I keep forgetting this one. I usually solve it in my head, then I forget right after.
これは事実上の捜査妨害と言えるでしょうね。
Between you and me. Is that a prepositional phrase? Which I think means that should be object, right? Prepositional phrase. I can't believe I'm doing freaking grammar right now. Give me a second. Okay. A modifying phrase consisting of a preposition and its object. So yes, that means it would be between you and me. Because a prepositional phrase requires an object in it. Furthermore, prepositions require a linking word. So, for example, let me just give you examples of prepositions. Let's go for all of them if I can. Simple prepositions. Simple prepositions. At, for, in, off, on, over, under. To try to remember what a preposition is, you just remember the word position. It describes position, right? Where you go. And therefore, because a preposition requires position, it also requires a linking word with it. Because you can't tell position without something else, right? So if you said he sat on, it doesn't make any sense. He must have sat on something. He sat on the chair, right? If you said something like he was, you can say he was off. If he was under what? He was under, I don't know, the bed or something.
綿流しの夜に誰が死んでも公にはならないということです。
そんなバカな話があってたまるか。
ケイちゃん、私以前にお社様のたたりは村人が起こしてるかもしれないって言いましたよね。つまりそういうことなんです。
Before I said how the villagers could be the ones carrying out the curse. Okay, no, before, comma, I said how the villagers could be carrying out the curse. That's what I mean. Refer back to the previous sentence. I'm pretty sure he's implicating someone here, but somehow went over my head. I was like explaining grammar. Okay, so there used to be a bunch of this shit, but then it was suppressed, is what she first tells us. So it's suppressed, and of course, this thing that's happening now is not going to be reported to the media either. We don't want this negative stigma to exist about Higurashi Hinamizawa. So, as you already know, the Zonazaki family has their hands in everything. I told you that before at the library. And they pressure the police. I've also told you that before. So, the implication is that these deaths are gonna be put under the rug. Okay. Another way to look at it is that they are interfering with police investigations. People will die, no one will find out about it. That is connected to the Sonozaki family. That's what she's saying. If we break it down further, it means that no matter who dies on a night of Watanagashi, it won't go public. Which also means according to what she's saying, the person who puts the people who put this under the rug are also involved with the crime. Okay.
このひなみ沢では毎年綿流しの夜にお社様のたたりということにして誰かを殺してもいい土壌がいつの間にか作り上げられているんです。
Okay, and that's her interpretation of it. Well, she's saying it straight out as if it weren't an interpretation, right? She's saying it was just straight up a tradition.
バカな。毎年死者と行方不明者が出るんだろ。いくらマイナスイメージって言ったって警察にも限度があるだろう。
毎年の事件が不可解って言うなら警察も本腰を入れられるんでしょうけど、何しろ毎年の事件は個別に解決してますので連続事件という形にならないんですよ。
I mean, you can also say you could put someone off. That also is a thing. Is whiff? What is whiff? Is whiff a preposition? It actually is interesting.
たまたま毎年
That may
綿
be
流
a
し
better
の場
example.
に不幸なことが起こる。それだけのことに。
Yeah, I think so. And in informal speech, we can use with at the end of sentences, but because it needs a word connected to it, generally you can't. But there are instances in which having prepositions not linked to something is a phrase, for example, right? So if you said to put someone under, that would be a phrase, and that's why it can stand. What? Who's Scott? Manu, are you going crazy again? I'm Scott. Remember Kyobi when you and I were playing 7 Days to Die, and you said something about anime titty? I was there with you, man. The
なのになぜか
mystery thickens.
毎年綿流しの晩に不幸な偶然が起こる。連続事件にしたくても連続にならないんです。
Okay, so moving grammar out of our heads for a few seconds here. I just want to say that even after getting a diploma in freaking English, it's hard to like describe to people the rules of English.
それでも毎年必ず誰かが死んで誰かが消えていく。
A lot of it's from just repetitive practice. At least for me, it was.
じゃあ俺たちも狙われるっていうのか。毎年一人死ぬと一人が消えるように富武さんや高野さんの道連れに消えさせられるっていうのかよ。
I mean, to be fair, I don't think you really taught that in school either. At least I wasn't. Which, you know, goes to the fact that it's ingrained naturally for some reason. But by technicality, all those adjectives should be modular. So you can move them around wherever you want, but it feels more natural in a specific order.
俺たちそれは確かに入っちゃいけないところだったかもしれないが。
So, for example, the fat blue cat. Fat and blue should be modular. You can say blue fat cat, and it should still mean the same thing.
見ただけだぜ。何かを盗んだり持ち出したり見たことを誰かに喋ったわけじゃないんだぜ。第一、俺はあんなの見ても全然面白くなかったし、高野さんが見て一人で大喜びしてただけだろ。悪いのは高野さんだけだよ。
Yeah, it does sound weird, right? I don't know how we learned that naturally. It makes no sense to me.
俺は全然関係ないぜ。
Although I could say having a color in front of an animal does cause discrepancies. So if I said fat bluebird, isn't a bluebird actually a bird? Or a fat black bear? Well, a black bear is actually a bear, so...
興味もないし関係ないし、あの中にあったものだって知ったことじゃない。
So maybe it exists for things like that. I don't know. Okay, get grammar out of our heads, please. let's pay attention to the story.
俺はもともと興味なんか全然なかったんだ。
Is he throwing people under the bus? Okay. Okay, the implication's obvious that this curse will come to us too. You will be sacrifices. Alright. We didn't do anything wrong while in this shed, right? Not enough to be sacrifices. And also, I didn't care about anything I saw in there at all. I just kind of went along with the ride. She was the only one who was actually excited about it. I'm not interested. I'm not involved. I don't give a shit about what was in there.
リカちゃんの演舞を見ていたかっただけなんだ。
Okay, and in a way, he is kind of blaming, right? I didn't actually want to get involved in the first place.
それをシオンが勝手に連れ出したんじゃないか。
And there we go.
あの二人が泥棒しようが何しようが知ったことじゃない。そうだよ。そもそもシオンが中に入ろうって言い出したんだ。ケイちゃんは見ておく必要があるとかなんとか思わせぶりなことを言って中に引き込んだんだ。どうしてくれるんだよ。俺は全然関係ないんだぞ。どうすんだよ。どうすんだよ。どうやって責任を取ってくれるんだよ。おい、聞いて。あ。
Yeah. I mean, to me, that's actually a pretty natural response. Well, I'm just gonna hang up now.
もしもし、前原です。
前原さんのお宅でしょうか。
Who?
夜分遅くに失礼いたします。君吉と申します。ご主人様でいらっしゃいますか。
Kimiyoshi?
いえ、違いますけど、親父に用なら呼んできます。
あ、いえいえ、お忙しければ結構なんです。実は恐縮なんですが、うちのおじいちゃんがお邪魔してませんでしょうか。
いえ、誰も来てませんけど。
そうですか。夜分遅くに申し訳ありませんでした。
Sorry, does anyone remember who Kimiyoshi is? Because I don't. Sorry.
失礼いたします。
Oh. Oh no. Kyobi, be careful. That bug is one of Oyashiro's spies. He Oyashiro's looking out for some sacrifices right now, man. You threw out all the vanilla wafers? Okay, good. That's an offering to Oyashiro. He loves vanilla wafers. Alright, give me a quick second here. I'm gonna save, like so. And I'm actually gonna use the restroom, so I'll be right back in a quick second. Hopefully you don't mind. All right, I'm back. Are you guys commentating about the Higurashi? Not just crickets. Also crickets. Late night phone call. Hit me up with this. Yo, thank you so much for the sub, man. How you doing, Rob?
夜分遅くに失礼いたします。君吉と申しますが、ご主人でいらっしゃいますか。
Okay, now I know who Kimiyoshi is.
はい。
Kimiyoshi is a representative of a council of the villagers, and he's an old man, but you can already tell by his way of speaking.
いえいえ、その説は本当にありがとうございます。
Not too bad. I'm still unsure what to stream this month, but we're doing Higurashi because I like the story. How's Persona 5? Royal.
ええ、それでですね。こんな時間に大変恐縮なのですが、うちのおじいちゃんがお邪魔してないかと思いまして。ですよね。はい。こんな時間に申し訳ありませんでした。それでは失礼いたします。ごめんください。
どうだい？ダメ？
参ったな。どんなに熱中しても電話くらいはしてくれる人なんだけれどな。
囲碁の人の家は全部電話したんでしょ？
You know what? I might have the wrong... I'm going to type in Kimiyoshi and Higurashi. Don't do that. I'll do it. Higurashi. Is he the person that I think he is? Yes, he is. Okay.
はい、君吉です。
園崎です。どうです？村長さんは見つかりましたか？
ああ、ミオンちゃんか。片っ端から電話をかけてみたけどダメだよ。見つからないんだ。参ったな。
Well, I'm glad you're having fun with Persona 5.
どこで油を売ってるのかな。
A part of me was considering streaming it, but...
こっちでも心当たりにいろいろと問い合わせましたけど、全然。
But Atlas, yeah.
バッチャにも相談したんですが、青年団を招集して探し回った方がいいだろうということです。
こんな時間にかい。それに別に行方不明になったと決まったわけでもないし。
綿流しの直後ですから、少し慎重に扱った方がいいとのことです。それでも見つからないなら、明朝警察に通報しましょう。
Okay.
見つかる見つからないは別にして、痛くない腹を探られない方がいいでしょうから。
Oh, God. I just realized something. Okay, so this phone conversation that they're having, by the way, is also a clue. Because one of the theories is that the Sonozaki family is in on it, right? That they choose people to be sacrificed. They choose people to be killed for their local deity, right? But if that's the case, why are these people disappearing and they don't know anything about it?
おりょうさんがそう言ったのかい。
Unless it's pure coincidence.
はい。直接声を聞かないと信用できないなら、電話先に出させますよ。
I mean, it's not like exactly. Maybe they just went out for cigarettes and they'll be back in the morning or something.
いえ、わかりました。青年団を集めて探しましょう。それで見つからなければ翌朝に警察に通報します。
青年団の連絡もよろしくお願いしますね。私もバッチャの代行ということでそちらに参ります。
ありがとう。すぐにみんなを集めます。
ええ。では。
Okay. So, major clue. I will also read this and this just to add to it. But I won't read every tip. A festival for hunting Oh, sorry. A festival of hunting for sacrificing and feasting on them. Okay. A form of entertainment. What? Even the residents felt fear towards it. Okay. An obligatory viewing. Oh man, old history, huh? Which... So here's the thing, right? You can read that in two ways. You could be like, they're scared because they could be next, or they're scared because if they try to prevent it, they'll be next anyway. They're scared because it's very gross. But if you think about it that way, if Rika's performance, right, her the thing that she does at the festival, which is she brings a hoe and she hits, I think, a futon, right, and she gets out the, what do you call it, the fluff from within. That could be their kind of like compromise on that old ritual, right? And therefore, they were done with this, and they want to move on to something else. But the problem is they're not done with the past, because all these murders are still happening. I wonder what that says about history, now that I think about it. Because again, they're trying to hide this history, and if you believe that the village isn't actually doing this, then is that a commentary on something that... I mean, I guess I should ask that question to the chat, but I don't know how to ask the question. Let me think. I mean, I guess the question is actually pretty simple now to think about it. Do you think that all history should always be on full display? What does full display mean, though, is the question. Even I don't know. I mean, personally, I feel like you shouldn't hide history, good or bad. It should be in a textbook. But what? But what about personal history, then? Isn't that a little bit unfair? Because people are trying to move forward. And I get that people can change. But how do you apply personal history to, I don't know, event history? Because that's an event of humans, right? That's what we've done. You know, in that context, I've never thought of it that way before. Like... But you learn so much by investigating the past. And then coming to terms with it. And creating, like, your own... creating your own blank. What's that called again? Your own... It's not consensus. It's... You create a group understanding. I can't figure out the word for now. Yeah, personal histories and world history are different, but the thing that they relate on still are people, right? And I'm thinking to myself, other than saying they are just different, how else do you say they are different? What is the argument for that? Hang on. Because I 100% agree that you shouldn't erase history whatsoever. Leave it in the textbooks for people to learn from, and therefore not repeat. What's 7 say then? Because now I'm thinking about what's the idea here? Because we're not just reading these scraps disconnected from the story. It's also applicable to the placement within the story, right? So I brought up earlier that Keiichi has this wish in chapter 1 and chapter 2, and it's that he wishes that he could forget all the shit that's happened and they can go back to the early days, right? But also, if you look at chapter 1 and chapter two's relationships, they've all reset, so he kind of got what he wanted. But also, because he got what he wanted, I'll put that in quotes, right? His relationship with Oishi, for example, is without the same benefit. He didn't gain what he got from from chapter 1 in chapter 2. Well, whereas, I mean, it's not 100% true that they trusted each other, but they were on the same side for sure, right? If for magical reasons, that relationship had developed and they had gained enough trust, then it wouldn't be the same way that it is in chapter 2. And so when we get this scrapped about history and we understand that there is a direct involvement to kind of put the covers over Hinamizawa's past, right? The question is that right? Is that okay to do? It's being forced into the open regardless, right? And so that doesn't really benefit the Sonozakis. At least that's what I personally think. But it's still happening. So the next question is why? And the other question simply is something that I don't know how to answer yet, so I'm trying to figure it in my head. Also, if you're still here, Contessa, right? If you can do the effort to help me with that question, I'd appreciate it. I don't know how to ask the question, so I'll ask it one more time. Just do me the personal favor. All I'm asking is something very simple. So to you, personal history and world history are completely different, right? So just tell me why. It's all I'm asking, right? Make it easier on my head, because I can't like break it down right now. There's too many things I have to focus on. I mean, wouldn't the argument also be that it's because of who it influences, right? And it's not always connected to you. Like, you weren't specifically involved with that, but there's still benefits that you can get from like past events, even though you weren't specifically involved with it. That's one of the arguments I've heard before. But how's it applying in Higurashi? I don't get it. If you're trying to understand what I'm doing in my head right now, I'm trying to understand what Ryukishi's comment on history is. And that's it. That's all it is. I want to understand his view on history. And what he's saying using Higurashi as his storytelling tool. Okay, so it's the mayor's family. When you're done with your explanation, just let me know, and I want to ask you more questions. I want to know your perspective on it. Okay, so we're talking about power relationships and family head names. No, it's okay. I'll ask follow-up questions. We can also just talk about this in Discord later too. But I actually really appreciate the fact that you're taking your time to explain this to me, because I still have follow-up questions that I want to just have like more people thinking about this idea. So that's essentially what's happening. It's a newspaper that describes families and what their relationship is in Hinamizawa. Okay. Sorry, of the three families, their relatively weak position can be seen from me putting... Wait, what? The Sonozaki family? Weak? It is said that this family has certain police-like roles of protecting the religious precept of this village. Of the three families, their relatively weak position can be seen from me putting them here last. Compared to this family? I mean, okay, that's understandable, but compared to this family? Mayor of the village. Okay, tell me more. Okay, thank you. Because that fights against what I know now. Okay, right, so part of the confusion that I have is, again, I'm trying to break down what Rukishi's saying here, but I'm trying to apply it to a broader context as well. So, like, outside of Higurashi, how do I apply this to my real life is really what I'm trying to do here. So, my next question for you is, would you agree that to make world history, for example, applicable to yourself, even though naturally I think world history is applicable anyway, so let me try that again. You know that I believe that world history is applicable to me. But would you say that for world history to be applicable to the individual, that they must make it, I'll put this in quotes, personal. They must make it related to them for them to learn from history. Do you understand what I'm saying about that? That, for example, history might be forgotten if it's not made personal. As in, if you don't care about history, then of course it'll be forgotten. That's essentially what I'm saying. And then, if you do believe in that, the question for me is, how do you differentiate it further? If history must be made personal for it to be remembered, then that's where I'm confused, right? I don't know how to handle that. Yukinon, to keep it super simple, obviously we're past the midpoint in the story. What's the easiest way to explain what we just saw? Shion told us about the Sonozaki history. She's implying heavily that there is a force that's trying to keep the murders and sacrifices under wraps. Oishi is suspicious of Keiichi. Keiichi blew up in Shion's face because he feels that he is... There's no justification for him to be the next one sacrificed, although he understands that he might be the next one sacrificed. He's doing it out of fear. He's yelling at Shion out of fear, right? Anything else to mention? We got a quick scene in which we kind of saw from the perspective of the Sonozakis, and they're wondering why a certain person is missing. So if the Sonozakis are the true culprits, the people who tell the villagers, hey, we want this person to be sacrificed and this person to be murdered, why don't they know about this missing person? Unless that person just randomly went out one day to go to a casino or something and bounce back. I don't think that's the case, but those are the questions like given to the reader right now. Okay, so that's your belief that you don't need to necessarily make it personal for you to learn from history. Is that true? I mean, let's think about that logically for a second. So let's say world history. I'm not necessarily connected to someone in, I don't know, in Japan, right? I have no like Japanese relatives or anything. So arguably, how'd that make that personal then? Okay. But you still need to learn from that, and it's beneficial to learn from that, especially if you're going into like politics or something. Okay, so at least you're understanding where my confusion is coming from, and you can understand where understanding the context behind a certain culture can help with understanding the reasoning and the feelings. And Rob, normally that's how I differentiate the two as well. Personal history is my own kind of story that brought me up to be who I am today, for example, and world history it's separate. It's like a gigantic collection of people, right? But I still feel the only reason why I had this confusion today is because I think there's a commentary happening here, Ryukishi, and I don't know what the hell it is. But yeah, isn't that kind of the fun part about visual novels? Like, we have all these discussions and we're thinking about it. I've had some of like the funnest ideas in my head reading stuff.
寝ぼけてる場合じゃないぞ前原圭一。
What was that theory again? Was it the something swan theory?
どうしたの圭一。
I mean, it's exactly what you said, right? That people try to ascribe meaning to things that could be random.
今日はどこかにお出かけでもするの？
うん。学校に。
I'm sure random is the right word.
圭一くん、なんだか今日も調子悪そう。
Oh no, it's okay, Rena. I couldn't sleep last night because I was so focused on all these thoughts and I can't figure out how to solve them. That actually does happen sometimes. Like legitimately, I can't figure out how to neatly tie in a thought that I don't have an answer to, and so it just lingers forever.
やっぱり風邪かな。
Hopefully not.
風邪じゃなくて寝不足なんだ。寝ぼけてわけのわかんないことを言い出したらフォローよろしくな。
圭一くん、寝ぼけたらどんなこと喋り出すのかなちょっと楽しみかも。はう。
Hey Rob, I forgot. God, it's been a while. You're also a teacher, correct?
よ、ケイちゃんにレナ。おはよう。あれれ、みーちゃんもなんだか寝不足な感じだよ。うん。寝たの3時ぐらいだからね。眠い。
3時？昨日に続いてか？
Yeah, I felt like that's how I first knew you when you were an English teacher, and obviously I knew you because of streaming.
おいおい、 夜更かしにも限度ってもんがあるぞ。
Wait, hang on. Has it been that long? Have we known each other for that long?
大方漫画の単行本が面白くなっちゃって一巻から読破してしまったんだろ。
Jesus, I don't even know anymore.
うんうん、俺にも経験があるぞ。
あれ、ひょっとして村長さんのことまだ見つかってないの？
うん。
おい、ちょっと待ってくれ。村長さんが見つかってないって何の話だ？
おはようございます、ケイチさん。聞きました？なんだか大変なことになりましたわね。
俺はその村長さんって人をよく知らないんだが、ジジイなんだろ？
My God, shit, man. All right, time flies. Really? Oh my God. When people think of me, they don't think of Street Fighter 4.
ボケて徘徊してるだけじゃないのか？
村長さんはボケてなんかいませんですわ。お習字も教えるし、剣道も教える、はつらつな方でございますの。僕と同じで、きっとどこかで迷子なのですよ。迷子いいね。はう、お持ち帰り。
Well, I mean, he also knew calligraphy, and that's tied to each other. In Japan, at least.
皆さん、おはようございます。すでに聞いている方もいるかもしれませんが、昨日の夜、村長さんが夜遅くになってもお家に帰ってこなかったのだそうです。
Yeah, but why the mayor? He's uninvolved with going to the shed, as far as I know.
皆さんの中で昨日村長さんを見た人はいますか？もしも村長さんを見かけた人は大人の人に教えてあげてくださいね。それでは授業を始めます。
Rob, out of curiosity, how's Japan handling COVID right now? One of my friends, well, I have multiple friends in Japan. One of the friends I'm thinking of is kind of having trouble over there right now. He works in Army. Well, actually, he works in the Air Force, but I could just ask him, I guess. As to why they are... Well, no, there is no explanation for why they're alive again, but the story acts as if it's separate. Or it is separate, maybe, right? Because things that they should have remembered from the first chapter, they don't remember in this chapter. It's all gone, right? So you can treat chapter 2 as a distinctly different tale. Well, no, you can't, because that's not how writers work, right? There's a story here, and there's a story here. They're probably going to be compared to each other. But think of them as short stories that are disconnected from each other, but not thematically. Does that make sense to you? Okay, how about this? Let me just say that I can't answer you 100% truthfully right now, but the thought that you're having is perfectly fine to have. So If you're like, I don't understand why the people who are dead from chapter 1 are alive again, well, don't worry about it. just keep going. So everyone has the curse on their mind? Yep. It's definitely not as bad as other parts of the world. There is a lockdown, but obviously we can leave to get groceries. I can't leave and watch the movies, obviously, and I can't leave and go to GameStop, thankfully. Although that was a thing for a little bit. Oh god. Anyway, but you know, you can order food from restaurants. You can't go there. It has to be delivered to you specifically. But that's it. That's really about it. I can go to the groceries and order food from restaurants. I'm staying at home. Period. Also, I don't. The thing is, I don't even want to say it because by saying it, I feel like I give it life. You know that kind of feeling, like you don't want to jinx anything because you care so much about it. That's how I feel right now. That I'm okay right now, and I'm super. Thank God that's the case, right? But I'm scared, not for myself, but for other people and people who are dear to me, right? A lot, actually. It freaking keeps me up at night. And like, the thing that I'm trying to do is find meaning in the days that go by. Like, I want to stream on my stream days. I want to cover literature if I can. To me, this is literature. I love visual novels, right? It makes me feel like there's meaning in life. But I also need to do things that are productive. And yeah, sure, covering reading is productive in my mind at least. But I need to do more. And the thing is, wanting to do more and trying to do more amidst like everything that's going around the world is so tough. I don't know how people do it. Right.
今度こそ俺かシオンの番なのに。
And it's peculiar that it's not. What does the mayor have anything to do with the curse? He didn't go into the shed and like spit on like the deity statue or something. It makes no sense why he's dead, right?
「そういえばサトシさんがいなくなったのも去年の今頃だったね。
Okay, so to bring up that name again. So, as a first-time reader of this story, you are now given several parallels between Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. Satoshi. Murder, sacrifice, curse, etc., right? You have comparisons that are obviously brought into your face. So now the question is it brought up just to remind the viewer, or is there something purposeful for these re-mentions of things? Which is my argument for bad storytelling sometimes, right? There's no reason to bring up something unless it needs to be reminded, or it's like it adds more to repetition. I don't know how else to put that. Let me try it one more time. Regurgitating information should remind the audience, yes, but it should have an extra function. That's my opinion. Because if it's only just to remind an audience, unless it's like a freaking TV show that was like 5 years ago or something, yeah, sure, fine, right? I think you slow down the pace of work by doing that. It must serve another function. No one wants blank. What's the freaking word again? Begins with an E. It's not explication. Sure, I'll say explication for now. No one wants explication of the same exact things that you already know multiple times, right? And that's all it serves.
サトシさんの時も
Exposition, thank you.
こんな風に村中で探したんじゃなかったっけ
You know, I could be wrong about that, though. Maybe someone out there is like, I want more exposition on the exact same thing that I read before. I don't know. Maybe.
あれも見つからなかったんだよね。
But at the same time, I've read so many critiques about that, where like this story is saying the same damn thing that I already knew, and by doing so, it's like treating me that I'm not able to keep up with its story, that I don't understand. So there comes a certain point where repeating exposition, or like essentially saying or showing the same thing multiple times with no other function other than to remind you, sounds like the person's insulting you, right?
あれって結局どうなったんだっけ？確か鬼隠しじゃなかったんだよね。
うん。貯金を全部下ろして家出しちゃったんだって聞いたよ。警察の人が名古屋駅で新幹線に乗るところを見た人がいるとか言ってたもん。
What's a good example of that? I did read in a review about Persona 5 Royal that near the end of the story, it feels like they say the same thing way too many times. But I would have to read Persona 5 again. But I haven't had that feeling just from that work, obviously. I had that feeling multiple times, that the director, for example, does not believe in the audience, and therefore this scene must exist because, you know, you're not going to remember it or something. Or like the repetition. Oh, fuck, I remember. Kino's Journey 2018, was it? I think it was the 2018 version, the most recent version. There was this scene near the end of an episode, and they repeated the title of the episode 3 times within 2 minutes. And I'm like, Jesus, like, was this intentional or not? I think the first time you would have let that go. Second time, okay, annoying. Third time, really, man? Oh my god. The thing is, if you do it 3 times in a row, you would think that it's purposeful, right? Because in your... Yeah, but the way to handle it was terrible. I wish I could show you what exactly I was talking about, because the natural logical argument is that of course they did that on purpose, right? But fuck, it felt so detrimental to the message. And that mistake happens everywhere. Okay, but you get my point at least.
Today は味の加減を間違えちゃったみたいだね。ごめん。そんなことありませんのよ。レナさんのお弁当は今日もとっても美味でしたよ。おいしいおいしい。 今日も格別でしたよ。
Okay, so Satoko is trying to make her feel better.
あれ、それかぼちゃのコロッケだよ。
Ew, what?
大丈夫？レナさんのかぼちゃならとっても美味しいですわ。
I mean, I guess you could fry anything; it'll taste good. But that wouldn't be the first thing I'd go for. Okay.
そんなにうまいなら俺もいただかないとな。
Okay, not
このままじゃ
everything.
全部サトコに食われちまう。
あんまりにも美味しいので、ぜひケイチさんにも召し上がってほしいですわね。
Okay, I don't know about that, but I can tell you that if you fry human souls, it tastes even better.
た
All
まに
right.
は俺も年上らしい寛大さを見せないとな。よし、遠慮するな。今日は俺の分まで食ってよし。
Yeah, there we go.
嘘だよ。そんなにうまいものを譲るほど大人にはなれないよ。レナも食え。俺のは夕べのおでんの残り物だが、おでんは一晩経ってからがうまいんだぜ。
お大根が綺麗な色に透き通ってて美味しそう。じゃあいただこうかな。
Right, this line. The dam project was frozen years ago, wasn't it? So why was the curse stubbornly persisting? Other than, you know, the mystery aspect.
.しかしミオンは遅いな。あいつのお手洗いってこんなに長いのか？
多分どっかでお昼寝してるんだと思う。昨べはきっと遅くまで村長さんを探すお手伝いをしてたんだと思うから。
Okay, so now Mion is, for lack of a better word, repeating what she did in the first half of this chapter. That's not even a word, that's several words, but whatever.
村長さんはね、ちっちゃかった頃、みーちゃんのことをすごく可愛がってくれたんだって。いたずら盛りのみーちゃんをすごく可愛がってくれたってよく話してたな。
そういえばリカちゃんも遅いな。ひょっとしてリカちゃんも仲良くお昼寝か？
リカはそんなに遅くまではお付き合いしませんでしたわ。リカがあくびをしたら皆さんみんなしておやすみなさいませ、おやすみなさいませって。
リカちゃんって何気に年寄りのアイドルだな。理想の孫娘像ってやつなのか？
Well, I mean, Rika's a rather adorable character, so I understand.
そんなの知らない。
Also, she did lose her parents, so I feel that garner sympathy.
でもリカちゃんのあくびなら見てみたい。きっとね、ぽわーってお持ち帰り。そんなに可愛いとも思いませんけど、ふわーって喉の奥まで覗けるくらいの大あくびでしたよ。リカちゃんの大あくび。
Yeah, no kidding, right? Because things have been really stressful.
リカちゃんのだけじゃなく、さとこちゃんのも可愛いと思うわ。大あくび。
Oh shit, it's my favorite pose. Square up.
窒息。ちらっと見えた。可愛いの見えた。さとこちゃんのあくびも可愛い。お持ち帰り。
I wonder what that was supposed to be centered. Oh, okay. Oh, man. Sorry, the flower bed goes all around the school? Okay, interesting.
"悪態をついても仕方ないな。諦めて仕事を始めるか。
兄ちゃん、倉庫裏に菜園があるだろ。
There is?
だいぶくたびれかけったぞ。あそこにも水をやってあげな。
あのカレー菜園ですか？
Oh shit, that belongs to certain someone.
じゃがいもとか人参とかカレーの具しか栽培してないっていう。
Why are they fighting each other? Why are they playing melee? Whatever, they're having fun at least. And Satoko can take a dropkick to the head, so I'm pretty sure she'll be okay. They're actually fighting? Oh, okay. Why?
めんどくさいが、やらないと後でいろいろと不利益なことがありそうな気がする。
Stays in Fight Club, okay?
リカちゃんか。驚かせるなよ。リカちゃん？
Oh. Oh, is it now?
リカちゃん、ひょっとして怪我したのか？
Well, Coxton being hella rude.
転んだとか？
違うのですよ。違うのです。
何があったんだ？ まさか倉庫の屋根の上で昼寝とかしてて落ちたとか。
That's a very convenient explanation.
僕のことはいいのです。それよりも圭一に聞きたいことがあるのです。
Oh, okay, close.
俺になんだよ。
圭一、お祭りの晩に何か悪いことをしましたか？
Shit, that's the question.
圭一、本当に覚えはありませんか？
Pretty normal. What the? Oh, extra scary now.
Keiichi?
俺もそこが悪いからな。悪いことの覚えが多すぎて見当がつかないよ。
I mean, there's no reason to be scared of such a sweet, innocent young lady named Rika. Okay. She's merely asking a question because everyone asked her to ask Keiichi the question. Duh.
変なことを聞いてごめんなさいなのです。忘れてくださいなのですよ。
リカちゃん。なあ、リカちゃん。
はいなのです。
Okay. All right. Go ahead. I'm curious. That. Yeah. Right, Manu? I was thinking. Because this line comes up so often, right? And obviously it's supposed to be connected to that night in chapter 2, right? When he went to go to the shed. But it's been repeated so much that I've also been thinking about something else. And that's what you just said.
Keiichi。圭一が何を悩んでいるのか、僕にはよくわからないのです。境内の裏を少し行ったところに大きな倉庫があるのをご存知ですか？
Okay, and that's the step that she does that Mion doesn't do, that Shion doesn't do, that Oishi doesn't do. Watch this.
西宮殿と言いますです。
And, you know, Keiichi's not a really good liar here. You already know this.
お祭りの晩、その西宮殿に猫さんが入り込んだのだそうです。
猫？
はい、猫さんです。にゃーにゃーなのです。猫さんは前から西宮殿の中を探検してみたいと思っていました。でも僕が意地悪をして中を見せてあげなかったのです。なので祭りの夜、猫さんは我慢できなくなって中に入ってみましたのです。実は中には猫さんが怖がるものがたくさんあったのです。猫さんはびっくり仰天、一目散に逃げ出してガタガタブルブルニャーニャーで大変なのです。
その猫が誰だって言うんだ？
猫さんは猫さんです。にゃーにゃー。
リカちゃん、頼む。教えてくれ。その猫さんはこれからどうしたらいい？
猫さんは猫さんですから、にゃーにゃー泣いてるだけで大丈夫ですよ。
大丈夫って、そんないい加減な。
にゃーにゃー泣いてるだけではダメなのですか？
Actually I am, but I'm a little nervous about it because I don't know how they're gonna handle the show. I mean, that's as simple as I can say it. I looked at the director's resume. I'm a little nervous, but I also always have the hope that someone can be born from by giving them a chance, right? That's how I felt with like the Fate Stay Night movies, Heaven's Feel. That director is getting better. There's no doubt about that in my head. But Higurashi is a very personal work for me, and I'm happy that Higurashi is getting a remake, but I'm nervous because I don't want people to get the wrong impression about the story, right? I really think it's something that could influence a lot of people, make them think about things and grow as individuals. That's what a strong story can do. Now, if it ends up being a flop, that's fine. But I really want it to do well. I'm just nervous about it. That's really about it.
.泣いてるだけじゃダメなんだ。猫さんがいたずら心で忍び込んだのを犬さんが見てたんだよ。
But like, I really hope that they're passionate about that project, right? Because if it's like remaking something because it can make them money and that's their main motivation, I feel kind of bad about it. Obviously, money is not disconnected from it, right? But I would hope that the director or whoever's on the project like legitimately loves the work and puts their passion through it, of course. But I'm still nervous. Like, when was the last time a remake happened and I was like, oh shit, this is the best? I hope that would be Final Fantasy VII, but I'm not really that invested into it. With Kino's Journey, the most recent one, I walked into that tentatively, and it wasn't terrible. It was actually good at some parts where they did, I think, a better job, which is hard for me to say, actually, because I thought the first work was done really well. But it also really flopped on certain parts as well. That's can't be perfect, obviously. trying to think of any remake that I've done where I just legitimately said, this is nothing but just like the best. I don't know. It's not the nostalgia goggles always. It's something like it's a different interpretation of the work, right?
犬さん
I mean, I guess I would say Steins Gate Zero, in my opinion, did better than the visual novel, and I have like reasons for thinking that.
そう
But
だ
I don't know. Yo, Baka, thanks for the sub, man.
犬さんなんだ猫さんのところへ変わる変わるやってきて忍び込んだだろうって問いただしてくるんだ
Can anyone give Makae a quick summary? I mean, what's their reasoning for why? Do they not like the script? Do they not like the directing?
リカちゃん
Do they dislike how it's really ingrained in nerd culture? Well, Occultic 9, the adaptation or the original work?
大丈夫ですよ
No, honestly, that's fine. If that's your main gripe about Steins Gate, I can understand it, truthfully. Because they did not give that character much love, if at all. In like Steins Gate Zero, even in the adaptation, Luca is like a character.
猫さんは僕が守ってあげます猫さんはとても怖がっていますが本当はそんなに大変なことではないのです何匹かの犬さんがきっと勘違いしてるだけなのだと思います
そんなに大変なことじゃないって
猫さんの心配しすぎなのです僕がきっと何とかしてあげますですよちょっと大変ですけど頑張りますですよファイト王なのです
I mean, that's the most summarized thing that you might have missed. But we had a discussion about a question about how Ryukishi's trying to handle personal history and world history. There's a lot of interesting opinions about that. I don't know if that's truly being asked here by Ryukishi, but it's a thought that I've been thinking about because of his work. We also talked about how the story is now evidently paralleling Chapter 1. I had several realizations that I couldn't say, unfortunately, because we're not at that point in the story yet. But I'm going to give myself a little bookmark in my head. What did I think? Give me a second. You're having parallels in the first half of Chapter 2 and the second half of Chapter 2, in my opinion, with how Mion's being excluded, I suppose. But there's more to it than that. There are several reminders about something that Keiichi has done in the past, which, for this chapter, is obviously going into the shed, and we're seeing Rika approach Keiichi in a way understanding his fear, right? It's not meant to be like, hey, I know you did something wrong, fess up. It's more like, hey, I know you're scared, but it's not that big of a deal, right? You here's a hypothetical story, in quotes, right? Hypothetical story about something that happened regarding the thing that you're worried about, and nothing's supposed to go wrong, right? She's doing that with trust, right? And with the idea of trusting another person, it goes back to Chapter 1, how certain relationships did not have trust, right? And it went obviously downhill. But furthermore, some relationships did kind of have trust, but they don't exist in this chapter anymore. That's kind of the tragedy of it, if you think about it. If characters could have had the same realization that they had in Chapter 1, in Chapter 2, part of this problem wouldn't be happening right now. No, seriously.
本当にリカちゃんで大丈夫なのか？
僕が頑張らないと犬さんも大変なことになってしまうかもしれないのです。
That will become a lot more apparent in Chapter 3, by the way. That if these characters had kept what they learned in the chapter, it could have been prevented. So then that's the kind of reason for why I'm thinking about history so much, right?
Go ごめん。猫さんも本当にちょっとしたいたずらのつもりだったんだ。こんなことになるなんて全然。
猫さんは臆病すぎです。だから見せたくなかったのです。
リカちゃん、その猫さんはどうなるんだろう。忍び込んだ2匹の猫さんがあの晩に。
富武と高野ですか？
Okay, out in the open. Let's go. I need to have this discussion. Keiichi, listen to her.
忘れると良いのです。
Oh. Do you want to phrase that differently?
忘れる？
はい。あの二人のことを思い出すことは、圭一にとって良くないことなのです。
Yeah, don't worry about it. They just got some cigarettes and left the village.
考えれば考えるほど怖くなるだけです。
Don't think about it, bruh. Right? Just forget about it.
だから早く忘れた方がいいのです。
This shit never happened.
どこで聞いたかわかりませんが、きれいさっぱりお風呂でゴシゴシするみたいに忘れちゃうと良いのですよ。
So unfortunately, that paints the entire conversation in a different light now.
忘れるって言ったって、リカちゃんは知ってるんだろう。あの二人がどういう死に方を。
どんな死に方をしても、それは圭一とは関係のないことなのです。
シオンはあいつはどうなるんだ？
Okay, please be very careful about how you speak right now, Rika, please.
姉妹猫の妹ですか？にゃーにゃー。
そうだ、妹猫だ。
姉猫は怒ってます。妹猫が悪いことをしたのでとても怒ってます。
姉猫って？
圭一、姉猫はとても機嫌が悪いです。しばらくの間そっとしてあげてほしいなのです。今日から部活はなしにしましょう。
なんでだよ。
そっとしてあげてほしいからなのです。
Boy, that's a conclusion to make. Quick check again on the audience. If you read this or have watched the show, press 1. If you have not, please press 2.
ケイチ、勘違いの犬さんが猫さんに噛みつこうとしたら知らせてくださいね。
Okay, so a lot of people are here to experience it again, and I guess for my commentary as well. I do apologize again how difficult it is to say something, given what I know, but I'm feeding information as much as I can when I can too.
勘違いの犬さんってなんだ？
村長を噛んだ犬さんです。どうして村長を噛んだのか僕には分かりません。噛むならいたずら猫さんを先に噛むはずなのにです。
It would be Shion or me. Okay, anyway. It's kind of that feeling, you know. Once you see something, you can't forget it. It's the same thing that activates in my head.
「ごめんなさい」なのです。猫さんが怖がっているのにまた怖がるようなことを言ってしまいました。ごめんなさいなのです。
Okay, so that means, I mean, he might not have intentionally meant to do that. It was kind of an instinctive reaction. So that means that despite Rika's, well, we were not entirely sure of her intentions, but despite, if you believe Rika was trying to make Keiichi feel better, he responds in a way that shows his true feelings, I guess.
ごめん。
There we go. I guess you could say something like the intention comes out through the nonverbal communication. Say one thing but act differently. Did you really just end the scene on that line? Oh boy! Oh man! Oh Ryukishi, you're too good, man. All right. What's the line? Yeah, sure. Hang on. If I could forget the way she questioned me yesterday, though, her behavior was the same as it always was. And once again, Keiichi is a little unreliable.
圭一、さっきから呼んでるぞ。
Shit, man, you're that out of it?
電話だ。
Oh, a phone call.
園崎さんから。
Okay. Is it Shion?
園崎さんってどっち？姉？妹？
そんなのは知らん。自分で出て聞きなさい。
もしもし、ミオンか？シオンか？
私です。シオンです。こんばんは。
シオン！ゆうべはすまなかった。
Okay, there we go. At least that's out there. Let me get some more water. I'll be right back really fast. Alright, I'm back.
つい興奮して。俺もシオンも同じ立場なんだよな。一方的に責めるような言い方をして悪かった。もうしない。謝るから機嫌を直してくれ。
機嫌を直したから電話したんです。後悔したなら許してあげますから。もう謝るのをやめてください。
So, hang on, let me do this again. Is it obvious that it feels like he's apologizing for himself? He shoves it into the conversation at the very beginning, but I also understand why you would do that. I don't know. Let's see.
ケイちゃんの言うように、私たちは運命共同体なんです。
I guess this would be the context to help your reading of what he's saying and why. Okay.
互いの無事の確認が自分たちの安全の唯一の保証なんです。
I mean, I guess the argument could also be that he's more concerned about himself than the other people. Is that true? When Rika was talking to him, was his concern mostly about him? think so. Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
ああ、それについては同感だ。
だから私たちは互いの知っている情報を共有する必要があります。高野さんたちみたいな死に方をしないために。では昨日の続きを話します。もう怒らないで聞いてくれますよね。
ああ、大丈夫だ。
まず私たちが思っている以上に西宮殿に忍び込んだことは禁忌、タブーだったみたいです。犯人たちは西宮殿を怪我した首謀格のあの二人を殺し、次に私たちを狙います。否定したいでしょうが、これを認めてください。失踪してから認めてももう遅いんですよ。
分かってるって。用心に越したことはないからな。
私も本当は認めたくありません。あんな拷問道具の博覧会を覗き見したことがあんな殺され方をする理由になるなんて絶対に信じたくない。
You know, one of the questions I would ask, yeah, it does contradict what Rika said. One of the questions I would ask Shion, if I were in Keiichi's position, is, what have you been doing lately? Like, we saw her at the library, and ever since then, nothing, right? I mean, you can also bring up in as an argument, well, what about what Rika said, right? You could bring that up for Shion to hear.
互いに何か気になることがあったら報告し合いましょう。互いの持つ小さな断片を合わせていけば、ひょっとすると高野さんたちを殺した、いえ、今年の事件に限らない。
Yeah, makes me kind of wonder if it would be helpful to think of Higurashi as a story of splits. Would it be helpful? I mean, that's what I've been thinking when I'm reading through the story, all the cuts and the halves.
過去の連続事件を解決する鍵が見つかるかもしれません。
そうだな。
Yeah, a story of splits.
確かにそうだ。
You probably want me to explain that, so I'm thinking. Okay, so I'll have to explain how I'm thinking of it, huh? Let me go through the scene first.
では、まずは言い出した私からいきます。最近、誰かに監視されているような気がします。
え？
と言っても、気のせいかもしれません。でも、一応報告します。今は気のせいだと思っていますけど、もしもケイちゃんも同じように、誰かに監視されているように感じるなら、これは気のせいじゃないのかもしれませんから。
そういうことなら安心しろ。少なくとも俺の方は大丈夫だ。
そうですか。では気のせいということにしますが、ケイちゃんも注意してください。特に一人で表を歩くときは細心の注意を払ってください。
Man, Shion's lucky. If she were a streamer, that means she would always have someone watching over her. Time to fucking laugh wrong, damn it!
私は沖宮ですから、一人きりになることはそうそうありませんが、
Oro will be proud at least.
一人ぼっちになることも多いはずです。特に注意してください。
そうだな。ああ、気をつけるよ。
それからお姉なんですが、何か変わった様子はありませんか？
お姉ってミオンのことか？変わった様子ってどういうことだ？
先日私お姉に綿流しの夜の所在について問いただされました。
え？それは俺もだよ。一昨日かな。ミオンに聞かれた。
やっぱりですか。私は言ってないと答えました。
So you lied.
ケイちゃんは？
同じだよ。ごまかした。
So yeah, I'll still wait until after the scene. So
用心に越したことはありませんので注意してくださいね。
okay.
わかった。少し用心するよ。帰り道は必ずレナも一緒だから、二人きりになるってこともそうそうないしな。
用心してください。気になることがあったら教えてくださいね。
わかった。
Okay, so I will.
では、ケイちゃんの方では何か私に話すことはありませんか？
I guess I'll try here. Okay, so I'm trying to read Higurashi as a story of splits. And what I mean by that, and keep in mind what I'm telling you, it's also not the full information, right? I'm aware of how the story will change in the future. But for right now, I'm thinking of Higurashi as if I were a new viewer. I'm trying my best to be that, right? As a story of splits, because that's what's being presented to me. That's the implication so far. So let's go on a very basic idea, okay? So the splits, where do they occur in the story? Well, they occur with characters seemingly being innocent in one point, and then they flip around to being something else, right? They might not be the same person, or are they, right? Rena, when she changes her personality, is completely opposite of what she was originally, to the point where Keiichi thinks that she's not the same person, right? That she is just a person who's wearing the face of Rena, and that is like a split personality, like a distinct, different individual. In this particular story here, you also have the obvious two sisters being parallel to each other to some degree, but they're also distinctly different personalities. At least that's what wants to be shown. Keiichi has trouble kind of realizing that, but that's part of chapter 2, right? So there's also split imagery. Rika is splitting this cotton, and well, she's splitting a futon to bring cotton out, put it into the river, right, to be purified. There's also the idea that that's actually supposed to be intestines, so you're splitting that out too. A little bit gross, I know. But more significantly, give me a second, as I'm trying to figure out how to explain this in a better way. Okay, so part of it's decision making. Like, you had a split route here. You had a critical decision to make, but you chose to go down this path. So in chapter 1's kind of what's the word? Epilogue? Sure. In chapter 1's epilogue, when all the characters are talking to each other and saying, you know, the story can be read this way, or the story can be read this way. Notice how it's one way or the other. Both sides didn't say there was a third side. They said it was this or this. And that's a pretty decent way of figuring it out, right? Because it can be like either the curse is real or it's not. And if the curse isn't real, that means there's a culprit, right? There's a culprit who's doing all these crimes. So even the characters themselves are trying to convince you that the story is split. It's either this or it's this. It's either horror or it's a mystery, right? And I guarantee you 100% this is very intentional. Ryukishi is pretty damn good at making those kinds of stories, right? Without saying much more than that, that's what's presented to you at the current moment. So if you're reading this as a first-time viewer, as some of you are, you take what's presented to you and you go down one or the other path, right? And you can test out your theory if it were logical, like man-made problems. The people are killers, and that's it, or it's a curse, right? In some way, there's a pro and con to both sides. If it was a curse, humans didn't do it. Mion, if she were the perpetrator or something, is not a culprit. She's not blamable for the things that she's done. If it were humans, then you don't have to be scared about this ominous curse. You can escape it. There is not some angry deity that wants to destroy the entire village, right? There's one more additional thing, I think, about this split that's happening. This other kind of split that is very important to remember is that there's this thing that we're reminded of several times in chapter 1 and 2, and that is Keiichi wants to forget all the bad things that happen. There's that split between reality and fiction, between innocence and whatever you want to call the other part, right? He wants to start again. He wants to cut off all the bad things that happened and pretend that the start begins there, right? Oh, we went into the shed. I'm forgiven. Let's cut it off right there and forget everything that happened before. We're starting anew, right? And I told you what the problem with that is. The problem is that you don't actually learn from your previous lessons, right? This chapter 2 Keiichi has not learned the lesson of chapter 1 Keiichi. And chapter 1 Keiichi had to die for the lesson to be learned, that he made a mistake, right? He didn't trust his closest friends, and he killed them for it. Essentially, it's the same thing that's happening here, if you ask me. And that's how you can kind of read Higurashi as a story of splits, and I hope that makes sense to you. Now, will that be the way you read the entire story from start to end? I can't say yes or no to that, but it's helpful because that's how it's being presented right now. And then when it starts to change, if it does or not, you'll notice, because I believe in Ryukishi, and I believe in Ryukishi, that's what I built it. Let's go. I will say this, though. If you've ever read or watched any other work by Ryukishi, I think you already know the answer to that.
あ、ケイちゃんが逃げ遅れたあの時の話ですね。
ああ、大石さんにかなり強い口調で聞かれたよ。
You can even think of the story as a story of pairs, in my opinion. But I haven't fully thought out the logic of that. Because when I think of... Well, I have thought about it, but I can't say it in a way where it's proven enough for it to make sense. So I can't say it. That's all I'm saying. So when it happens, I'll say it again.
あの晩、高野さんたちと一緒にいなかったか、シオンに会わなかったかって。
And if you think about it, a story of splits and a story of pairs is almost the opposite of each other.
大石さんは俺たちが4人一緒にいたところを見ていたようだった。
警察にしてみれば、高野さんたちが最後に会った人間ということになりますからね。
Is it actually? It's a different interpretation of it. I'll have to explain that later too, huh?
私たちに興味を持つのは、ある意味当然でしょうね。
こっちもごまかしたけど、かえって興味を持たれたかもしれない。なあ、シオン。
Yeah, so I guess I don't have to explain it then. Thank God for that.
警察なら行っちゃってもいいんじゃないのか？むしろ俺たちの状況を思えば、警察を味方につけるのはプラスだと思うぞ。
Yeah, one or the other, but not both. Yeah. In this one, Oyushi's suspicious of K1. He actually is.
そういえば大石さんはミオンに何らかの嫌疑があるなんて言ってたような気がする。
But if you want to start reading Higurashi as both a story of splits and a story of pairs, it would be very beneficial for you. If you read the story as a story of pairs, then you will start seeing how characters are being compared to each other. And in doing so, you learn the lessons from how those characters are being compared, how they're interacting with one another, right? The things that they are communicating to one another and the things that are miscommunicated, the thing that is not being said.
うん、確かにそう言ってた。
昨日も話しました通り、園崎家はひなみ沢に強い影響力を持っています。大石は一連の連続開始事件を園崎本家が中心になった村ぐるみの犯行だと疑っていますから。
Okay, so she's laying out one interpretation.
園崎家が中心になった村ぐるみの犯行？
ひなみ沢のダム闘争の時、リーダーシップを期待された神主があまりに日和見だったので、 その先本家が首謀閣になって決起したんです。
I mean, we all start somewhere, Killer, and hopefully, as I explain some ideas while I'm streaming, right, not just in Higurashi but other works as well, that you start to notice these trends, and when you notice these trends in the future, you think about it, and therefore you start recognizing patterns, and it helps you understand the effects that are occurring, right? Like,
戦いの歴史についてはお姉から聞いてますよね。
I feel like sometimes it's more obvious in film than it is in writing.
ああ、ひなみ沢全体で一丸となって戦ったんだろう。
Like for example, when I explain that distance between characters visually on film can often imply meaning. A lot of my friends who I've talked about that subject matter with, fuck it, it's informal language, who gives a shit? They start to pick up on that, and then they can start reading into why that spacing exists between characters.
デモをしたり、裁判に訴えたり、テレビに出たり。
実際はもっともっと過激なこともたくさん行われたんです。その先本家が水面下でさまざまな違法な抵抗活動を行ったと言われてます。
違法な抵抗活動？
例えば夜中に建設現場に忍び込み機材を盗んだり壊したり、建設重機のガソリンタンクに角砂糖を入れたりとか。
Sure, hang on.
戦いの歴史についてはお姉から聞いてますよね。
ガソリンタンクに砂糖？
How come? What made you want to repeat that line?
なんでそんなことを？
Well, maybe you can't explain it, so it's fine.
知らないんですか？戦争中にフランスの地下組織なんかがやった典型的なゲリラ活動ですよ。
I didn't know that. Tell me more.
砂糖を入れるとエンジンが焦げついて壊れちゃうんですよ。
Did Mion tell Keiichi about the damn thing? I thought Shion did. I am also of that same impression that Shion did. We remember we had this discussion. Like, was this a typo or not?
建設現場への監視が強化されると、今度は工事の重要な立場にある人間への攻撃に変更されました。
No, let me try to rephrase that. In a previous stream, not this stream, there was confusion about whether Shion or Mion told Keiichi about the Dam Wars. We recall that it was Shion, right? Because she said, she used it as an example that we're all together in on this. And we're like, oh, okay, that must be Shion because she was working there and yada, 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 right? And if you read that as Mion dressing up as Shion, the problem with that scene in which she explains that is that it would be contradictory to Mion being excluded from the group, right? It would mess up the message that Keiichi was missing. So it seems more likely that Shion was actually at the restaurant telling Keiichi about how everyone's together.
例えば工事を認可した役人たちにはさまざまな脅迫が行われました。それは県庁の役人だけでなく建設省の偉い役人にまで及んだそうです。聞いた話では子供の誘拐までやったとか。
誘拐？
ええ、建設省のひなみ沢ダムを担当する偉い人の子供が神隠しにあったんですよ。で、ある日突然ひなみ沢のもっと上流の高津戸の山中で保護されまして。
Okay, so not all diplomatically, not all group effort with no violence, right? To get what they wanted, they actually have done some rather atrocious things, such as kidnappings, is what Shion is saying.
犯行声明はなかったって言われてるんですけど、ダム工事を中止するようにとの脅迫があったのではないかとささやかれています。他にも枚挙にいとまがないほどの脅迫の話があります。
それは確かにちょっとやばいな。
そんな最中だったんですよ、第一の事件。現場監督のバラバラ殺人があったのは、園崎家が主犯格の男を買収したのではとささやかれてますが、何しろ今日も逃走中ですからね。犯人も口封じで消したんじゃないかって大石は思ってるみたいです。当然ですね。身内である私ですら、園崎本家の暗躍があったのではないかと思ってるくらいですから。
Okay, so I want you to remember why Oishi was telling Keiichi all this stuff about Hinamizawa in chapter 1. It was because blank, right? There's a reason for shoveling up this history, right? There's a purpose. So what's Shion's reasoning?
それを俺に信じろってのか？ミオンの園崎本家がそんな悪いことをやってきたと信じろというのか？
ケイちゃんが信じなくても村人たちは信じてます。
You didn't answer the question.
自分たちが綺麗な抵抗運動をする陰で、園崎家が汚い抵抗運動をしてくれた。自分たちの矢面に立って戦ってくれたんだってみんな思ってます。ですからちょっとしたダークヒーローとして崇められているんですよね。私が知っているのは本当に一部だけだと思います。例えば誘拐なんかの特にヤバい話は当主のバッチャーを含めほんの数人しか知らされてないと思います。
Anyway, you'll notice that Shion's really leading this conversation, right? She's in control of it, as opposed to Keiichi, who's supposed to be the protagonist. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's perfectly fine for someone else to lead a conversation, but I'm asking you to think about how much Keiichi has actually moved this story.
園崎家は秘密主義ですから。
秘密主義か。
It doesn't help that Keiichi is also a person at this current time who is unwilling to take up that responsibility of a main character, if you know what I mean, to be proactive.
そういった違法な抵抗運動の中心として年少ながら活躍したのがお姉でした。
Sorry, I had to read that 5 times. That is quite an accusation.
ミオンがどういうことだよ。
うちのお父さんヤクザの大物ですから、年少のお姉でも若い柄の悪いのを何人も従えることができました。
Well, my question immediately would be, do you not believe in your own sister?
で、さまざまな嫌がらせや妨害をやってのけたんです。
ミオンが
今はなんだかのんびりした雰囲気だから想像もつかないでしょうが、器物破損から脅迫、暴行まで一通りこなして何度も補導されたんですよ。子供ですからすぐに釈放してもらえたみたいですけどね。お姉は自分の年齢が武器になることを知ってたみたいです。
Yep, you got it.
笑い事じゃないです。真剣になってください。
悪い、そんなつもりじゃ。
まあそんな不良娘だったお姉もいつの間にか園崎本家の重鎮。大石がバラバラ殺人以降の事件を疑いたくなるのもまあ無理ないことです。 まあ、話を戻します。お姉が注意に値する存在であることは理解してもらえたと思います。注意してください。
わかった。気をつけるようにするよ。
私とお姉は血のつながった姉妹ですが、園崎家にあってはまるで格が違うんです。私とはとても遠い存在だということを認識してください。お願いします。
Man, this reminds me of that freaking Mafia game we played.
で、大石の件ですが、ケイちゃんがいいと判断するなら必要な情報を与えてもいいと思います。やはり警察を味方につけるのは私たちに有利に働くと思います。
Yeah, the aliens one, right?
やっぱりシオンもそう思うか？
ただ、今説明した通り、園崎の人間はそもそも警察に睨まれているんです。特に大石は園崎家が丸ごと連続事件の黒幕だと決めてかかってますからね。
Yeah, I do remember that, Kyobi. Because I actually have flashbacks about that moment because I realized that I could have explained away how to convince my ally that I was on his team, and then I just flubbed the explanation, and therefore I lost. I was like, fuck, man. If only I did this.
それはもちろん私も含めてです。ですから、私はあまり大石には関わりたくないんです。
All I had to do was borrow a card from one of my allies, in quotes, protect myself from a death strike, and then attack the person that I just borrowed to kill him. If I did that, it would have been more obvious. But Kyobi, not knowing that you were the enemy or ally, was like, oh god, I can't explain it.
どうせバレてはいるんですが、一応私の名前を伏せておいてください。それだけ守ってくれれば、大石には何を話しても問題ないと思います。
わかった。伏せるようにするよ。
警察の捜査力は今の私たちにはとても心強い武器になると思います。大石が興味深い話をしたら私にも聞かせてくださいね。
ああ、もちろんだ。情報は互いに交換し研究し合おう。高野さんたちを殺したのは誰なのか、そして俺たちを狙うのは誰なのか、それが分かるまで俺たちは自衛しなくてはならない。
あとはありますか？大石に聞かれたこと以外は。
I mean, the reverse was I was able to convince all of the enemies to believe that I was on their side. So I don't understand the question of why did you do what you did. Like, okay, come on.
身に起こったことは
I remember that being a question thrown at me when I died. I was like, really, man? Yeah, so two problems. He's leaving this up to other people, including Shion, quite frankly. He's not being proactive in the story that directly involves him, right? And he's not trusting. It's a weird combination of all those things. He's mistrusting, not trusting. I know it's hard to tell when's enough, right? He's letting others do the things for him, and he's not thinking for himself.
何もないんですか？ケイちゃん？
あ、
It is a lot harder, right? Like, I feel no matter what, in a social deduction game, people are going to accuse me. Like, when was the last time I played a social deduction game with friends and they didn't accuse me? Even with Wolf, I was always being accused.
ないようでしたら私から聞きたいんですけど、私もついさっき聞いたんですが、君吉のおじいちゃんが行方不明になったって本当ですか？
And why conveniently? I just happened. Okay, look. I know I'm being accused because hey, I'm the alien or like whatever, right? But shit, it actually end up being on like non-humans all the time.
村長さんのことか？なんだシオン、聞いてないのか？
何も知らないです。お父さんが電話でそう話してるのまた盗み聞いただけですから。
Tell me whatever. Okay, so even in this moment, he doesn't make the decision. Shion essentially provokes it out of him.
ああ、実はな、昨べ会合の後、家に帰ってこないとかでひなみ沢中で大騒ぎになったんだ。村中で探したみたいだけど、まだ見つかったって話は聞かないな。警察も探してるはずなんだけど。なんで
そんな大事な話を先にしてくれなかったんですか？
悪い。もう知ってると思ってたんだよ。隠す気なんかなかった。おい、シオン、もしもし？
ケイちゃん、私どうしよ
う。どうした？話せよ。俺たちの間で隠し事はなしだろ？
ごめん。隠すつもりはなかったんです。ちょっと言うのが前後したっていうか。
俺たちは仲間だろ。怒ったりしないから正直に話せよ。
私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。
君吉のじいさんってのはシオンにとって相談できる心安い人なんだろ？
はい、私のこと小さい頃から本当に可愛がってくれて。
You know what the funny thing is, Manu? I'm not sure if our particular group of friends is more willing to suspect someone who talks. Because I haven't gone into a game with them not saying anything yet. Like, okay, maybe I'll just try that. Okay, so then Kimiyoshi died because Shion told him something. The problem, though, is that he doesn't make this connection. At least not yet. You just confessed to Rika.
私、いつも意地悪なことをしてたのに。
Honestly, I'll just make a mental rule. Whenever Wolf slurps on the mic, just to shoot him.
私の言うことは何でも聞いてくれて。本当に優しい人だったのに。
落ち着けよ、シオン。別に死んでしまったわけじゃないだろ。そんな簡単に諦めるなよ。
村長さんに私あの晩最後でに忍び込んだこと打ち明けたんです。誰かにそれを見られてて 私たちを狙っている人がいるって。
村長さんは高野さんたちがまともじゃない死に方をしたのを知ってるのか？
はい、知っていました。あの二人がお社様のたたりで死んだから、私はその怒りを鎮める生贄にされるんじゃないかって本当に率直に言いました。
ああ。それで
君吉のおじいちゃん怒らなかった。そしてにっこり笑って、しおんちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって。
I mean, supposedly disappeared, yeah.
本当に笑いながら任せなさい。私のせいです。私が打ち明けてしまったから。
よせよシオン。シオンのせいじゃないよ。
私のせいなんです。私が打ち明けてしまったから。君吉のおじいちゃんが知ってしまったから。だから殺されてしまったに違いないんです。だって打ち明けてすぐなんですよ。打ち明けて大丈夫って言ってくれたその晩に消えてしまった。話すんじゃなかった。これは全部私たち4人の咎だったはず。他人に話してはいけないことだったんです。話したから殺されてしまった。知ったから殺されてしまった。打ち明けたから殺されてしまった。
おい待てよ。そんな奴なら打ち明けた村長を殺す前にお前から先に殺すに決まってるじゃないか。順番が違うよ。殺されるなら俺かシオンが先。他の奴らが先に死んだりするものか。
順番はあります。私たちを一番最後に殺すつもりに違いないんです。
は？なんだって？
人思いに殺さないで、親しい人たちから順々に殺していって、散々悲しい思いをさせた後に殺す、そういう狙いに違いないんです。
I still don't think that works.
落ち着けって。シオンは今ショックを受けてパニックを起こしてるだけなんだよ。村長の失踪はシオンとは関係ない。無関係だ。高野さんたちの死とも全く関係ないんだ。
関係あります。絶対にそうなんです。
Okay, so he fails to be supportive, and the line also shows that's the case. As if I were shouting them at myself.
私が話してから殺されてしまった。だから殺されてしまった。打ち明けたから殺されてしまった。
リカちゃん、リカちゃんだ。
今なんて言ったんですか？
俺も実は打ち明けたんだ。リカちゃんに今日。
リカちゃんってリカちゃまのことですか？フルデ神社のリカちゃま？
そうだよ、リカちゃんだよ。俺もどうしようもなく不安で打ち明けたんだ、リカちゃんに。
そうしたらリカちゃまはなんて？
ごめんシオン。俺ちょっとリカちゃんのことが心配になっちゃって。
She did say she'll take care of it.
はい、そんなに心配でしたらぜひ電話を。安否を確認してみてください。
ああ、そうさせてもらう。
また明日もこのくらいの時間に連絡します。それをもって私の安否確認としてください。
わかった、待ってる。じゃあな、すまん、切るぞ。くそ、無事でいてくれ。
Okay, I'm a little nervous right now.
リカちゃん。
But given all the logic that I know about this, okay, well, we'll see. I'm gonna read just this. Yeah, she already kinda knew, right?
いえ、気にしないでくださいよ。なぜか年計のガソリンスタンドの請求書に化けちゃうんですよ。だから遠慮しないでもう一杯飲んでいけばいいのに。クマちゃんも勉強しといてくださいよ。謙虚な人が結局一番長生きするんです。
さっきの話本当っすかね。
さて、それはわからないですけどね。真偽はともかくそういう話がまことしやかに流れてるってことには意味があると思いますよ。
そんなのが村長を狙う動機になりうるんすかね。
クマちゃん、いつも言ってるでしょ。動機っていうのはその本人に十分でありさえすれば足りるんです。
Cut in between, or rather, dropped in the middle of
価
it.
値観の違いをよく考えなくちゃ。お母さん、もう一杯ください。
Well, maybe it is a legitimate work expense because they got some shit they gotta cover, man. Like, yeah, okay, fine, we'll let it go, right? Apparently, however, the responsibility didn't fall solely on the four trespassers' shoulders. Okay, the thing was, how would anyone know that they entered? Because there was someone who was watching, which was Tomitake. So either he was a terrible watch, or someone from very far away saw them somehow and just assumed they went through it. Maybe the light, yeah. But those are the rumors going around, according to the police.
クマちゃんは見たことありませんか。私はずいぶん前に何かのようで行った時に見たことをよく覚えてますよ。
Yeah, and exactly, right? Because if it was a rumor, Oishi would have said, well, I saw them, right? He implied that he saw them with Keiichi.
すみません。ちょっと思い出せないっす。
そりゃもう、おっかないくらいに厳重に施錠してありましてね。まるで大金庫みたいに厳重な蔵だったんですよ。
What? The lone girl protecting the shrine disliked the heavy locks and consulted the mayor, who replaced it with a simpler padlock.
だから村長とフルデリカも同罪ってことなんですか。だとしたら村長に続いてフルデリカもまずいじゃないですか。
Oh boy, okay.
その可能性は大ですね。 熊ちゃん、ひなみ沢を巡回している覆面者に至急連絡。フルデ神社近辺に張り付かしてください。
了解っす。
You know, I feel like even if you don't know what Higurashi is, there's a very particular famous GIF of Higurashi. GIF, whatever. Man, okay, here's a problem, right? The person who invented it calls it fucking GIF, even though I think it should be GIF. So what am I supposed to do? Wait, no, seriously, what am I supposed to do? Do I follow the guy who calls it that, or do I follow the logical explanation of it being GIF? The guy who made it is wrong. Okay, all right, fine.
Keiichi。こんな時間に電話？夜遅くは先方に失礼だからよしなさい。
今はそれどころじゃないんだよ。
I don't know what time I went to bed at her age. What is she, like 9 years old? I don't remember. Man, I'm kind of hungry right now. I want to eat food, but at the same time, I don't want to eat food. For reasons.
そうだ、レナなら知ってるに違いない。
もしもし、竜宮です。
Okay, so first apologize, because obviously you're calling at a really awkward hour. And say it's an emergency, and it's something that couldn't wait.
夜分遅くに申し訳ありません。
Okay, you're good.
前原と申しますが、レナさんはいらっしゃいますか？
レイナは風呂に入っていますが。あ、出たかな。レイナ、友達から電話だぞ。
Also calling her Reina. Huh.
もしもし、お電話変わりました。
あ、俺だよ、ケイジだ。夜遅くにすまん。
あれ、ケイチ君、こんな時間に何かな。
実はリカちゃんの家がどこにあるのか知りたいんだ。
Oh, by the way, For anyone who has ever given 1,000 bits to the stream, could you see if you can do bit emotes? I'm just curious. It's something I want to figure out right now.
いいよ。古出神社の境内に集会所があるよね。その裏手に2階建ての倉庫小屋があるのを知ってるかな。そこに住んでるんだよ。
わかった。ありがとう。こんな遅くにすまなかったな。親父さんに謝っといてくれ。
そんなのはいいよ、圭一君。それより、どうしてリカちゃんの家を聞くのかな。
Because there should be a custom one for FinestKO, I think.
圭一君
So are you saying that bit emotes are only emotes that you can use when you donate bits? That sounds completely the opposite of what I was asking. No, not towards you guys. Towards, like, the suggestion I was giving to Twitch. That's actually... Oh my god, that's so lazy.
聞こえてるなら答えてほしいな。
Okay, thank you. So that's what it is. It's emotes that appear only when you give bits. It's not you unlock bits to use in the chat. That is so lazy. Oh my god. Freaking Twitch.
どうしてリカちゃんの家の場所をこんな時間に聞きたいのかな。
Oh, that's so fucking frustrating. Okay. Because I sent like an entire suggestion with like, hey, you know, if there's some issues with trying to unlock more emotes, it's difficult during September to hit a certain number, and if you can't hit that number, you're never gonna hit it again because September is like the strongest month, and so it demotivates people from trying to unlock new emotes because they know they'll never reach it, right? So you should give a different incentive, a different way to unlock emotes, so people can work towards that, and therefore you'll get more money. Something alternative to just like you have to hit exactly this number and maintain it. Because I can guarantee you, after like the initial excitement for like a small channel has been done, it's extremely difficult for them to hit the high that they made at the first time and unlock anything else. So to find different ways to motivate people to subscribe is challenging. So when was the last time, for example, I ever said, hey guys, we're gonna unlock a new emote slot. We need 600 subscribers. Well, points. That's a lot, right?
圭一君、レナは真剣に聞いてるんだけどな。答えてほしいよ。
レナ、その理由を聞かれると困るんだが。
うん。
リカちゃんが危ない気がするんだ。
それは虫の知らせかな。それともリカちゃんに危険が迫っている何か確信がある？
確信はないけど。
変なこと聞いてごめんね。考えたら確信なんか必要なかった。友達のことが心配になって、それを確かめるのに理由なんかいらないと思う。仮にリカちゃんが寝ててそれを起こしてしまったとしても、それが理由なら私たちは誰も怒らないと思うよ。じゃあまずは圭一君に確認するね。リカちゃんの家に電話はしたんだよね。それでどうしても繋がらないから家の場所を聞いてきたんだね。
ああ、10分以上は鳴らし続けたと思う。ひょっとしたら 気づかなくて寝てるだけなのかも。
リカちゃんの家はとても狭いの。だから電話が鳴ったらたとえ寝ていても気づかないわけはないよ。さとこちゃんもいるんだから二人揃って気づかないわけはない。
Okay, so they're not there? Or something happened?
さとこってリカちゃんと一緒に住んでるのか？
うん、知らなかったの？今はその話は後ね。とにかく電話をそれだけ鳴らして誰も出ないのは絶対におかしいよ。私も今からすぐにリカちゃんの家に行くね。一緒に行く？なら迎えに行くよ。
わかった。じゃあいつもの待ち合わせ場所で合流しよう。待ってるぞ。
私、ケイチくんの家に迎えに行くから。だからお家で待ってていいよ。それからご家族に私と一緒にリカちゃんの家に行ってくるって伝えておいてね。
Smart, in case anything stupid happens.
うちでいいのか？時間のロスのような。
あと、みーちゃんには電話した？みーちゃんはこういう時すっごく頼もしいの。まだなら私から電話しておくね。
Oh boy, here we go.
じゃあね、すぐに行くからね。
We are hitting the highlight of this chapter. Kind of the goal too. I want to make sure that that we can kind of finish this as soon as possible before we head on to new waters. Yeah, it's a mystery horror visual novel.
待っててね。
It also had an anime. Am I put this on YouTube? So there's a risk at putting visual novels on YouTube. It might be okay to stream, for example, but it might be a little bit different to put up on YouTube. And I don't want to get another strike. Well, not another strike. I don't want to get a strike. Yeah, so the things that I really love to do on Twitch aren't easily transferable to YouTube. That's kind of the problem, right? Because it's actually really difficult to grow on Twitch, in my opinion. I can go into many reasons why, but you know, I don't want to go into it right now. There's full no commentary LPs. What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, so maybe I can just ignore that then and try, but we'll see. But like I said, it's really tough on Twitch, man. Like, man, I just hope that whatever I do in the future ends up working out. Oh, Ibuso. I really hope you didn't Google Higurashi. There's some really graphic stuff.
ケイチく
ん。おう、レナ。さあ、行こうぜ。
ケイチくん、私、お家で待っててって言ったはずだよ。
いや、ここで合流した方が早く出発できると思ってさ。
ケイチくんは本当に分かってるの？
分かってるのかって何がだよ。
ケイチくん、昨日村長さんがいなくなって村中で大騒ぎになったよね。
ああ。
そんな中でケイチくんはリカちゃんとサトコちゃんがいなくなったって言ってるんだよ。
ああ、そういうことになるな。
じゃあもっと用心しなくちゃダメだよ。 こんな夜中にたった一人でこんなところで突っ立ってるなんて不用心にも程があるんだから。ご家族にはちゃんと私とリカちゃんの家に行くって伝えたよね。万が一私と圭一くんが揃って失踪しちゃうようなことがあっても、いつどの辺でいなくなったのかを残すことができる。
Honestly, I'm a little surprised that he didn't pick up on that, but he's really out of it, so sure.
Go. ごめん。まだ言ってなかった。
うん。じゃあ一緒に言いに行こう。
Wait, what? What's with this line? On such a crazy night, Rena had been unimaginably dependable. Right. I wish you noticed that ahead of time. Hinamizawa's metamorphosis, enough to make Rena caution me against carelessness, was, to me, the most fearsome thing of all. The change was the scariest thing of all. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky, like it was too far away to reach.
ケイちゃん、本気で言ってんの？もし冗談だったらかなり怒るよ。
Oh yeah, that's right. I just remembered something else.
みーちゃん、本当に冗談だったなら怒るんじゃなく笑おうよ。だって冗談なんだから。私たちはそれが冗談であることを確かめなくちゃいけない。
そうだね。機嫌の悪そうなことを言ってごめん。ケイちゃんはなぜ急にこんな時間にリカちゃんの家に電話なんかする気になったわけ？
虫が知らせたじゃおかしいか。
Ooh, okay, suspicious.
俺さ、うたた寝してる時に悪い夢を見るとどうしても気になっちゃうんだよ。
圭一くんはそれでリカちゃんがさらわれる夢を見たわけかな。
いや、もっと漠然とした予感みたいなものだよ。リカちゃんが電話に出てくれたならレナやミオにも続けて電話するつもりだったよ。
Oh, that line, our favorite line again. This person looks like someone different from the person I used to know. Is that really Kyobi? Or someone with the same face as Kyobi? what's the... Hang on. When I think about that Mion, then Shion and Oishi-san's description of Mion made a tiny bit more sense. That's it, isn't it? If it wasn't for how she acted that day, one thing, then I wouldn't be feeling this way towards her now. What on earth was going on with her back then? I was conveniently thinking only of everything she had done after that. Because you weren't thinking about her before. Yeah, that's actually true. While disregarding the very first thing, the thing I should have been looking at most, wasn't I? I was conveniently thinking only of everything she had done after that, while disregarding the very first thing, the thing I should have been looking at most. Okay, well, you can read that as the very first thing, which is how she acted that day. You can read that as the things she had done instead of looking at her. Or you can read that as you're overlooking something that you didn't even mention, which would mean that Keiichi realizes something from the first half of the story.
Furude神社か。
みんな公園みたいな感覚で勝手に出入りしてるけど、本当はここはフルデ家の立派な私有地なんだよ。
だとすると、フルデ家って結構な旧家なんじゃないのか？代々続いた由緒ある。
Don't worry, this isn't Davis. No one's gonna steal their bikes. I would know.
うん、ない。おかしいよ。
どうしたレナ？
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんはいつもここに自転車を止めてるはずなの。ほら、どこにもない。
他の場所に止めてる可能性もあるんじゃない？例えば担いで石段を上がったとか。
女の子には無理だよ、ケイチ君。
He really wants to believe the convenient truth. That's been like so consistent.
行こうぜ。
Maybe you simply didn't see it.
家に行った方がはるかに確実だろう。
Damn, I am so hungry right now. Hang on. Okay, you know what? Okay, I'll be fine. There's nothing that's gonna go wrong right now. Okay, guys, I'm just gonna grab this leftover food right here, a little bit to my left. Okay, I'll probably heat it up or something. I'll be right back really fast. Okay, we're back. Well, back with more wholesome adventures of Higurashi, of course. There we go.
で、リカちゃんたちが住んでいる家ってのは。
こっち。ついてきて。
Hang on, sorry. What am I snacking on? Oh, I'm snacking on lunch leftovers. It's actually curry. So a certain someone's gonna be rather happy right now.
明かり消えてるね。寝てるんじゃない？
ノックしてみよう。
Oh shit. Here we go.
リカちゃん、さとこちゃん、いる？
Okay, Kyobi, be honest with me. Do you really think I'm the kind of person to have dinner in a very gruesome scene? Actually, don't answer that.
寝てるのかもしれない。起こしてみよう。
鍵かかってる。どこかから中に入れないかな。
2階の窓とか鍵をかけ忘れてないかな。俺ちょっと試してみる。
ケイちゃん、はしご。
I mean, for me, I think a gruesome scene kind of ruins the taste of food, so... Well, maybe I'm lying. Oh man, that felt great.
みーちゃん、私念のため本宅の方も見てくるね。すぐ戻るから。
古出家の本当の家だよ。両親が亡くなって以来ずっと放置してあるそうだけど。
あ、そうか。リカちゃんのご両親って亡くなってるんだよな。
聡子も親なしだよ。お社様のたたりってことで両親が崖から落っこちてね。お兄さんだったサトシ君もいなくなっちゃって。
サトシって前に聞いた名前だな。
それ以来聡子はリカちゃんと一緒にこの小屋で暮らしてるんだよ。
Yeah. That's weird, right? Yeah, and Satoshi is Satoko's brother.
互いに身寄りのない一人ぼっち同士。助け合ってね。
本宅って言ったか？そっちで暮らした方が楽だろうに。
初めはそうしてたみたい。でも両親を思い出すから辛いって言って。
リカちゃんもサトコも大変なんだな。
呪われてるんだよ。
え？ミオ、お前今なんて言った？
呪われてるって言ったの。
ミオ、お前なんて顔してんだよ。
北条聡子はね、お社様のたたりを一身に受けた呪われた子なの。公園の展望台から転落死したのは両親だけ。あの子をミソッカス扱いしてた冷たい両親だけが死んで、あの子は一人だけ助かった。引き取り先であの子をいじめたおばは綿流しの夜に異常者に脳みそがぐっちゃぐちゃに飛び散って頭が原型をとどめないくらいにめった打ちにされて殺された。いつもあの子をかばってたサトシ君もあの子の誕生日に突然消えてしまった。あの子をいじめていなかったのに消されてしまった。警察は家出したんだって決めつけたけど、サトシ君は逃げ出すような人じゃなかった。いつも一生懸命、誰の力も借りずにコツコツと一人懸命に努力する人だった。たった一人の妹のために身を粉にして頑張ってたのに消されてしまった。あの子のためにだけに生きていたのに消されてしまった。かわいそうなサトシ君。なんて報われないサトシ君。なんて恩知らずなあの子なの。あの子は呪われた子。
That is such a gigantic ass jump. What?
あの子に近づけばそれが誰でも末路は同じ。たたりで死ぬかたたりで消えるか。あの子に安らぎなんてあるものか。あの子に安らぎなんてあるものか。リカちゃんが消えたのもきっとサトコのせいだよ。違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない。
落ち着けよミオ。何のことを言ってるのかわからないよ。ここだ。
ケイチ君、みーちゃん、遅れてごめんね。
A rap god. I was thinking how much I enjoyed that delivery that she did. It's just repeating words.
鍵、借りてきたよ。
お、助かったね。どうも窓も戸締まりは完璧らしくてね。
Damn, Mion. Okay, as if nothing ever happened.
困ってた。
リカちゃんの家はね、もともとは町会の防災倉庫だったの。だからシャッターの鍵を今でも村長さんの家が預かってるの。
今ではリカちゃんとサトコの指定だけど、まあもともとリカちゃんの家の敷地内だし、誰も文句は言わないけどね。
I mean, you could just mention it. Like, Mion, you're kind of creepy a little while ago. Wanna talk about that? Man, the reason why her parents died and Satoshi disappeared was because of a little girl. Jeez, man, that oh god. I'm just trying to think of anyone who would actually think that way in real life. That disturbs me, like, to the core. Yeah, but for you to have that kind of thought process requires a very serious lack of empathy. And that's why it scares me. Because, you know, someone she was talking about two people who both lost their parents. And that's why they're together. That's the implication, right? Like, they both understand each other. They both have lost something. And then Mion makes a huge jump to there. Like, this person who lost her parents, and then she goes crazy about Satoshi. Yeah, she lost it. The victim who lost her parents and her brother. It's her fault.
どう？やっぱりいない？
いない。絶対おかしい。
See, Kiyomi? I don't eat dinner during gruesome scenes. Don't worry about it. Just a messy house. Wow, Rika not cleaning up after herself.
「信じたくないけど、君吉の村長さんが消えたのが昨日の今日。無関係とは言い切れないね。例えばご近所に行ってお茶でもごちそうになって眠っちゃって起こすに起こせなくなってるなんて可能性ももちろんあるよね。
You know, even though I would consider my opinion professional whatsoever when it comes to localization, I still am kind of happy with this translation. Yeah, minus the grammar here and there. Who cares? Like,
その可能性をまず潰そう。牧野さんは裏手から沢のあたりの家を回ってください。
kind of like a thought occurred to me how much work it would take just to go through all of this.
慶太郎さんはおじゃが池の方。岡村さんは私はここに残って電話で片っ端から心当たりに問い合わせてみます。じゃあ皆さんそういうことで。
さすがみーちゃんだね。みーちゃんは学校だけじゃなくひなみ沢の委員長さんみたいだよね。
茶化さない茶化さない。ほらどいて。
Yeah, and I don't think localizations are really given enough love when done well, you know? Like, it feels like really thankless work. And then all it takes is one mess up for people to get pissed off.
おじさんは電話を使うんだから。
Well, I mean, I hope she has a step ladder to get up to there. Or is that a ladder? I haven't quite figured that one out yet.
とはいえ、そんなのわかるはずもないよな。
Okay, I'm glad someone followed up on that. Thank you.
でもレナ、冷蔵庫や流しの下の棚とかを開いてもリカちゃんは見つからないと思うぞ。
Keiichi, really?
隠れてるかなって思って。
Okay, well, I guess you're not reprimanding him. I was like, dude, it's not just looking for them, looking for evidence.
私みんなに話をしてくる。遅かれ警察も来るだろうしね。大石のやつにも事情を説明しなきゃ。
You know, I know this is not relevant to the story, but I want to ask you guys a question. How are you guys handling staying at home all the time? Like, is there a strategy that you're employing, if at all? I'm taking any advice right now because I feel like I'm going mad.
ミオンちゃん、リカちゃまとさとこちゃんがいなくなったってのは本当かい？
So no one has a strategy, nothing. Fuck that. Okay, well, I'm glad you're drawing, Andronius. I'm just trying to figure out how to schedule my time and make things feel purposeful. And it's been quite a struggle, quite frankly.
誰かの家にお邪魔していないか、町会の回覧区分に沿って全校をまず調べよう。本人たちがこっちの気も知らずに誰かの家ですやすやとお泊まりしてる可能性もあるわけだからね。
Okay. I hope you like it, Manu.
こんなことは考えたくないけど、もちろん悪いことが起こった可能性もある。
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, Andronius. I'm trying to learn a new skill.
我々も手分けしよう。昨夜の村長探しで回ったところをもう一度回る。
俺たちはダム現場をよく念入りに探してみる。お前さんたちは学校のあたりを探してみてくれ。
どうしたらはよ回らんと。行こう行こ
う。みんな昨日も村長さん探しで徹夜だったからね。寝不足で辛いだろうけど、どうかよろしく。おお。
And again, for VN Club, you don't have to do any of the prep reading or prep watching, because part of the challenge of referencing all those materials is the ability to convey them to an audience who has not read them, right? That's a skill. No. Here we go. Okay, so he's starting to realize that a lot of the things that he has done has been kind of selfish, right? Such as, was his apology towards Shion truly for Shion, or was it for himself? His lack of thought towards others, like in the first half of the chapter, not thinking about Mion, for example. There was another example that he did that kind of felt really selfish, but he didn't admit it. Also, this section, it kind of existed in the anime, but not this thoroughly. It's kind of nice. Well, actually, I don't recall this whatsoever, him walking to this hill. So this reflective period here. This period right in top of the mountain and him thinking about this? I don't think so. Cause I recall like they had that scary ass scene and then nothing happened. They talked and that was it. Cut to commercial break.
俺のせいなのか。
Okay.
ケイチくん、ケイチくん、大丈
夫？俺が全部悪いんだ。俺のせいで。俺のせいで。
ケイチくんが何も悪いわけはないよ。自分をどうか責めないでね。
This does happen in anime? Okay, I must have clearly forgotten it.
ケイチくん、こんな風通しのいいところにずっといたら風邪ひいちゃう。子供たちはね、もう解散して家で寝ろって。もう寝ないと明日の学校に差し支えるよ。大人たちだって昨べも一晩中村長さんを探したからみんなクタクタ。今夜は少し早めに解散するって。大丈夫。さっきね、警察の人も来たの。今どんどん街から応援のパトカーが来てるよ。
Okay. This line right here. I feel like I don't even say anything.
圭一君が何を自分に責めているかわからないけれど、もうやめよう。
頼む、レナ、放っておいてくれないか。俺きっと家に帰ったって眠れない。俺のせいで消えてしまったんだ。他の探してくれてる人たちよりも先になんか。
I mean, if you're honestly calling Keiichi kind of stupid here, it's because he feels such a weight on him and a guilt that all this information comes crashing in his head, that he can't hide from the fact that this is his fault, right? He's to blame for it, and so he wants Rena to leave him alone because guess what? He, in a way, wants to be punished for this, right? Whereas before he kind of wanted support, it now kind of just bites him because it can't take away the gnawing feeling that he is responsible for the deaths of 2 children that have lost their parents and have lost their close family members and needed each other to survive in a isolated location, to say the least. But let's go back to that line if I have to actually explain it. So as I said, throughout this chapter, and the previous chapter, Keiichi has talked about wanting to forget as if nothing had ever happened, to go back to the first half of chapter 1 or the first half of chapter 2, right? The good old slice of life days. But we know that's impossible now because events have occurred where someone has died or someone has been removed from the picture, and so life can no longer be the way it was because there's a missing hole there. There's a missing piece to the entire picture, right? And so to forget that is in a way a little selfish because hang on, I'm looking for the exact line. Oh, also, by the way, her face looks as if it's accusing him, which is why he kind of wants her away as well. But I'm looking for the line that really makes it obvious. Come on, it's further down here, actually. Here it is. Rika and Satoko too. Their disappearance would end up exactly like the other serial incidents in the past. Surreptitious, unresolved, declared a mystery, and disappeared from memory. Because if you forget the past, you forget the loss that happens with it. And in a way, it almost feels like you don't even honor someone's passing, right? Like you never met Rika. It didn't actually matter, right? Let's forget about it. You never actually met Satoko. It doesn't actually matter. Just forget about it, all right? Forget about it. So then, first, you can't go back to the past because people disappeared. And if you were to forcibly make that happen, it's as if the people who disappeared don't matter to you. Like you could say that life would go on and it didn't matter. And that feels heartless, right?
圭一君のせいなの？どうしてそう思うのかな？かな？
Okay, what's the other argument? Go ahead. At some point, you have to move on. No, make your full argument. Right. So there is no real counter argument in my opinion. I agree with you. Right? You can't live in the past forever. But there's a very big difference between moving on and carrying kind of like a resolution with that and doing a very distinct cut. Like, it never happened. What are you talking about? Rika never died. What are you talking about? Satoshi never died. What? Hinamizawa had a bunch of dam deaths? I don't know about that. This new guy is coming into this village of ours? Don't tell him about it. It never fucking happened. Pretend it never happened. Right? That is very different from I missed these two people who are missing from my life, and they meant so much to me. But I can't keep living in the past, because if I do so, I'll miss the present and I'll miss the future. It'll eventually become the past, right? And I will never have moved on. Life would have not moved on. So what I'm saying is not a it does not deny what you're saying. That's obviously the logical next progression. What I'm saying is that to forget someone completely is not moving on either. It is pretending that you have. So it isn't an argument. It's an extension.
Keiichi君がとても仲間思いだって知ってるから、自分を傷つけたくなる気持ちもよくわかるよ。だけどレナはケイイチ君のせいじゃないって知ってる。ケイイチ君が悪くないって知ってるから。
知ってるって。
So the positive for Keiichi in this chapter is that
Keiichi君
he is starting to realize the error of his ways, right? He's missing one particular major error, but he's learned at least a little bit of something. The problem though is that it's past the point of return, right? He had to lose people to make that realization.
ひょっとしてレナも消えちゃうかもしれないって思ってるのかな。お社様のたたりで。
She is so intuitive. I love this character. Wow.
だったら安心して。レナは消えたりしないよ。絶対に。
どうして消えないなんて自信を持って言えるんだよ。
I guess you could say the only choice is your belief. That's actually kind of the hard thing to convince people, right? Like, why would I play a visual novel? There's no interactivity. That's certainly one argument I've heard of before.
レナ。ほ
ら、ケイイチ君に涙なんか似合わないよ。 みんなのところに行こう。
Books are for nerds. Oh my god, I'm killing you guys next. I mean, I would never do that.
婦人会の人たちがね、お味噌汁の炊き出しをしてくれてるの。飲むと温まって落ち着くよ。
But you know, that's kind of the reason why I really want to promote visual novels more on stream, to get an audience invested into why it could be interesting, right? And then hopefully in the process, something that they can do themselves and enjoy. Because I'm of the opinion that you can learn a lot from a character you relate to versus, say, a stand-in for the main character. To keep it super simple, you can possibly learn more about who you are through proximity of a character who has their own choices versus you are making all those choices, right? Of course, you can learn both ways. Don't get me wrong. But using a personal example, I felt I learned more about myself by having no choice. Interestingly enough, by having no choice in the final part of the Muv-Luv trilogy than I did if I had a choice.
ケイちゃん、どこ行ってたんだよ。
Although I think the reason for that requires like a logical explanation, but I will not do that right now.
ケイちゃんまでいなくなったのかと心配したよ。
すまん。
みーちゃん、どう？何か手がかりはあった？
You know what? Sorry, is what I said confusing to people? I'm thinking about it now. Is that illogical what I said? I'm
全然ない。
okay.
学校が終わってから家に帰って2人で自転車に乗ってどこかに行ったらしい。しかも2人が自転車に乗った姿は全く目撃されていないし。昨日の村長の時と同じ。お手上げだよ。ケイちゃんも辛いだろうけど今夜はこれで休もう。
Well, I mean, he is trusting me on more compared to chapter 1. I guess is it's progress, yeah, a little bit.
さっき今夜は解散しようってなったところだよ。これを飲んだらもう終わりにしよう。
終わりなのか？
あ、もちろん終わりじゃないよ。明るくなったら警察も増援を入れて徹底的に探すってさ。沖宮の方に行ってる可能性もあるからね。村長の件も含めて獅子骨市全体で目撃情報がないか洗うって言ってる。それよりもケイちゃんだよ。どこに行ってたんだい？いつの間にかいなくなっちゃうから心配したんだよ。
すまん。気をつけるよ。
何もなかった？怪しい人に監視されてるとか付け狙われてるとかそういうのはなかった？
Okay.
何もないよ。でも気をつける。すまん。
おやおやおや。
Oh man, perfect timing.
おいしい匂いが漂ってくると思ったら、これはぜひご商売に預かりたいですね。
The repulsive voice. Oh, that is the description. Yeah, right now ain't the best time, man. But okay, what's up?
大して残ってないですよ。何もなかった。怪しい人に監視されてるとか、付け狙われてるとか、そういうのはなかった。
Yeah, he's too down to notice that. Alright, good night, Manu. Take it easy, man.
それでもよければ勝手にどうぞ。
ありゃりゃ。味噌汁のお残りってちょっと塩分高めなんですよね。
I've never heard that expression before, but it's actually pretty good. It's like splashing water on a frog's face. Like it doesn't. Okay.
参ったな。
I live in the water. I was born in the water.
どうですか？警察の方では何か手がかりはつかめましたか？
大丈夫ですよ、お嬢さん。ご安心、ご安心。ちゃんと探してるんですから。それよりも。
I mean, the problem is he's not really being reassuring about it either, because, you know, they were our friends.
もう本当に遅い時間です。どうぞ若い皆さんはお帰りになってお休みになってください。体に触りますよ。
そうだよ。ケイちゃんもレナも今日はもう休みな。あとは税金で働いてるおっさんたちがやってくれるから。
私たちだって税金払ってるんですけどね。
I mean, you could say, yeah, he's 1 week from retirement, and, you know, he can just take it easy. But that contradicts what he said in Chapter 1, which was, you know, before this is over, I want to finish this.
蕎麦屋さんが自分の作った蕎麦食ってるみたいな気分ですよ。な。
じゃあ本当によろしくお願いしますね。帰ろう、ケイチ君。明日が辛くなるよ。
そうです、そうです。なんならお二人をお送りしてもいいですよ。くまちゃん、車を回してあげてください。
あ、結構です。俺たち自転車で来てるんで。
ご安心を。私たちワゴン車で来てますから。
How convenient.
自転車も積めますよ。
せっかくだからお世話になろうよ。私たちだけで帰るよりきっと安全だよ。
そうと決まれば行きましょう行きましょう。
じゃあね。おやすみ。レナもケイちゃんも。
うん。みーちゃんも早めに休んでね。おやすみ。
Does this imply that he's also taking Mion home? I'm not entirely sure. Well, I guess we'll be able to figure that out if they all talk in the car.
では、レディーファーストでお嬢さんの家から行きましょう。住所はどちらです？
ありがとうございます。私の家はですね、
もしもーし、前原さん、完全に眠っちゃってますか？
ああ。
That clump of metal under
すみ
your
ません。
nose.
すっかり寝込んじゃって。
Okay.
ぬるいですがね。甘いカフェオレなら常温でも結構飲めますよ。
I believe that. I could use some coffee right now.
あ、どうも。
Oh man, what time is it? 1 in the morning? Ah, it ain't that bad. Here we go. Okay. Here's the thing, though. Keiichi believes that if he tells anyone about the shit that's going down, they're gonna get cursed. That ain't gonna make an easy interrogation. Okay, alright, here we go.
そんなに構えられても困ります。別に取って食おうってわけじゃないんですから。前原さん。
俺にまた何の用ですか？
用？いえいえ、別に別に。私からは用はないんですが、前原さんから私に用があるんじゃないかと思いましてね。
別に用なんかないです。
ありゃあ、本当にあるんじゃないですか？
Just put it plainly, man. Come on. You dance around the bush so much that no one can see if they should trust you or not. That's the issue with this character. Yeah, exactly. Don't trust no one. Not even don't trust anyone? Not even yourself. There we go. That's the
前
quote.
原さんから相談したいことがきっとあったと思ってたんですけどね。どうしてこんなことになっちゃったんでしょうね。富武二郎さんと高野美代さん、ご存知ですよね。お祭りの時、園崎紫音さんを含めて4人で一緒におられたのを私がこの目で拝見してますから。その富武さんと高野さん、今どうしておられるかご存知ですか？実はお亡くなりになってましてね。気の毒な死に方でした。おや、ひょっとしてご存知でした？じゃあこっちもご存知かな。富武さんと高野さんがたたりに遭われた理由の方です。なんでもですね、入っちゃいけない禁断の建物に入ったからだって言われてるんですよ。村長さんや古出里香さんも そのせいでたたりに遭われたんだという噂はご存知で？
These rumors are spreading really fucking fast.
西宮殿って言いましたっけ？あそこの鍵を簡易なものに付け替えたから賊に入られたんだっていうケチがついてるらしいんですよ。一昨年くらいまでは西宮殿にはでっかい缶抜きとでっかい錠前がいくつも付けられていたらしいんですよ。ところがほら、缶主夫妻がお亡くなりになられて、今はフルでリカさんが切り盛りされてるでしょ。缶抜きが重くて大変だから、もっと軽い簡単な錠前に付け替えてほしいと村長さんに相談したらしいんですよ。リカさんはあの通り小柄な女の子ですからね。錆びついて重くなった缶抜きはしんどかったんでしょうな。で、村長さんが職人を手配して簡単な南京錠で鍵ができるように付け替えたんだそうです。
それがどうしてケチがつくことになるんですか？
つまりですね、前の厳重な錠前なら賊には忍び込まれなかった。村長さんとリカさんが勝手に安っぽい鍵に変えたから賊に破られたんだと、こういう話らしいんですよ。
そんな話？
そういう話がまかり通ってて、一部の村人たちが西宮殿に忍び込んだ賊と賊に破られるような鍵に変えた村長とリカさんを罰したんだなんて話があったりなかったりしてるんですよ。相原さん、どう思います？
どう思うって、その一部の村人ってのもよくわからないし。
I actually don't either. In the TV show, I mean.
御三家ってご存知ですかな？渡流しのお祭りの開会式典で各家の代表がそれぞれ挨拶をなさってるでしょ？
見ていません。祭りには途中から来たからよくは。
御三家ってのはひなみ沢の旧家の3つの家のことなんです。具体的に言うと、君吉家、園崎家、古出家の3つのことです。
Okay, we already know that because of a tip.
本当に古い家筋らしくてね、大昔から村の決め事は御三家が合議して決めるんだと言われてます。園崎家が戦後に一気に勢力を拡大しましてね、例のダム闘争で反ダムの旗頭になってからは事実上ひなみ沢を牛耳るトップに躍り出ました。でもですね、古いしきたりに従い今でも重要な村の方針は御三家で合議して決めているんだそうです。だから渡流しの開会挨拶も御三家の当主がそれぞれなさるんですよ。つまり村長と園崎家の現当主のおばあ様、そして古出家の最後の一人、リカさんです。
園崎家が大した家柄だという話は聞かされてたけど、リカちゃんの家もそういう旧家だったのか？
まあご存知の通り親族は全くおられませんから、古出家は事実上全く勢力を持ちませんがね。ただリカさん個人には求心力があるようで、村のお年寄りには盲信する方が多いと聞いています。
で、その御三家ってのが何だって言うんですか？
ここまで説明してもまだ説明が足りませんかね。
わからないから聞いてるんです。
御三家の人間が相次いで消されてるんです。どういうわけかね。ひなみ沢の内側の古い因習か何かに基づいているんじゃないかと読んでいるんですが、
そんなの俺にだってさっぱりです。
ですから君吉家、古出家の当主が消えたんですから、次は園崎家の当主が消えるんじゃないかななんて思ったり思わなかったりしたりする今日この頃、いかがお過ごしでしょうか。なんちゃって。
園崎家の当主って誰だよ。
当主は園崎本家のおばあちゃんなんですが、実質上の当主権限はもう孫娘のミオンさんに移行していると見て間違いないでしょうね。
You know, that idea I didn't really get from the original TV show, so they're making logical connections here.
ミオンが消える。
嫌でしょう。
当たり前だ。そんなの許せるものか。
では協力を、前原さん。園崎ミオンさんについて最近気づいたことを何でもいいから話してください。
Well, she seems awfully infatuated with stepladders. I don't know why.
もしもーし。はいはい、感度良子。
Man, I told you all I know. She's really infatuated with stepladders.
そうですね。はいはい。では戻りましょう。はいはい。はいはい。そろそろ戻らないといけないみたいです。これからがいいところだったんですが、残念ですね。前原さんは友達思いの今時関心な若者です。友人のことを警察に喋るとなんだか裏切っているような気持ちになるのをよくわかっていますよ。前原さん、一晩差し上げますからゆっくりお休みになってよく考えてくださいね。前原さんのほんのちょっとの勇気が結局大勢の友人を救うことにつながるかもしれないのです。分かってると思いますが、綿流し以降毎晩何かが起こります。これまでは毎年1回だったたたりが今年は連日。本当に景気のいい年です。
そんなの景気がいいなんて言いません。
Is that a good sign, Coxdom? That we're nearing the juicy, gritty parts?
おととい、昨日、そして今日。明日の晩も起こらないなんて保証どこにもありませんよ。それを未然に防ぐのが私たちの仕事ですが、それには前原さんの協力が不可欠なんです。まあ、今日はもう眠いでしょう。
Yeah, that's about right. Tomatake and Takano. Then it was the mayor. Then it was Rika and Satoko.
もう3時になりますからね。どうぞごゆっくりお休みになってください。
はい。では失礼します。
私、前原さんが話す気になってくれるまで毎日来ちゃいますからね。取り調べして自白を強要ってのもう時代じゃないと思いますんで。
And then proceeded to lock the door, right? I'm gonna assume that you did that. Okay, alright then. That is a lot. Okay, there's no way I can actually skip all of them. I'm gonna pick maybe 2. Elder leader or was I don't care about that. Request denied maybe. You know what? Pick one. Pick one. So 1, 2, 3, or 4. Go. Four. Okay. Four fours?
Ah, お疲れ様です。
どうです？何か手がかりはありました？課長、若い子から交代で仮眠取らせてあげてください。ここからは長丁場になりますからね。無理せず、体を休めながらのんびり行きましょう。
みんなには交代で休めって言ってるんだけどね。みんな遠慮してなかなか休んでくれないんだよ。お医者さんからも言ってくれないか。
ありゃありゃ。みんな遠慮しないでいいんですよ。小宮山君。
I know it's not gonna sound really convincing from me, but sleep is important.
若い子から順に交代で休ませてあげてください。
小宮山さん、そうしてあげてください。
で課長、例の請求なんですけど。
第一、村人の噂だけなんでしょ。もっと具体的な証拠がなければ難しいよ。
その証拠があの中に詰まってるかもしれないんですよ。
Oh man.
その証拠が中に詰まっているという証拠が必要なんだよ。
Honestly, a part of me is thinking about having some candy just to keep myself awake. But, trying to avoid sugar.
課長、なぞなぞやってるんじゃないんですよ。死んだ2人を含む4人が綿流しの晩に西宮殿と呼ばれる禁断の蔵に無断で入り込み、それを何者かが見ていた。ここまでは信頼できる情報なんです。
情報と言ったってあくまでも噂だよ。証拠があるわけじゃない。
そりゃまあ、4人が放火無理して忍び込む写真はありませんがね。とにかく4人は西宮殿の中で何かを見たんです。消されるくらいの何かを。
Oh, so that's his theory.
消されるくらいの何か？それは何だい？
園崎家絡みの闇市場関係が有力候補ですな。拳銃とかご金製の品とか。園崎家の隠し資産ってのも捨てがたいあたりです。
大石さん、気持ちはわかるけど、あの西宮殿ってのは古出神社にある神聖な建物で、地元の人間への相当な配慮が必要な建物なんだよ。
Well, the thing is, I do have to meet up with friends tomorrow. And by meet up, I mean on Discord online. So I should not go on for too long, but at least until 2 in the morning is what I'm thinking. The building has not been searched, correct. Otherwise, why are they talking about getting a warrant?
とにかく相当の証拠がない限り西宮殿の捜査令状は取れないよ。園崎本家への令状も同じだ。特に園崎本家への捜査は四課と県警の傍体が絡んでる。入念な事前調整がいるんだ。
調整がいるってんなら私直接乗り込んでつけてきてもいいですよ。本課長はしげちゃんでしょう。
Oh man, I'm feeling it.
傍体は三海さん。隣の雀荘で話した方が早そうなメンツですね。
課長にお客様です。
What?
わしは議員の園崎じゃ。責任者を出さんか。はよせい。どうも。私が課長の高杉でございます。お前の名刺なぞいらんわ。お前なんぞいつだって官職に飛ばせるんじゃぞ。それにお前だけでは足らん。
大石とかいう男も呼ばんか。
Okay, so there we go, right? They're exerting their influence.
神聖な古出神社に捜査令状なんぞを請求しよった罰当たり者じゃ。
申し訳ございません。大石はただいま捜査に出ておりまして、なかなか連絡がつきにくく、私が代わって受けたまわりますので、どうぞおかけください。
よいか。古手神社はそもそも公暦2600年に次ぐ2500年の歴史を有する神聖にして犯すべからずの聖地なのじゃ。八百万の神々とお社様と先祖の霊を祭り、日が昇りてから沈むまで、月が昇りてから沈むまで、ひなみ沢を見守る尊い神社なのじゃ。
So it really is a big deal? Okay.
それを土足で踏みにじろうというバカがいる。そもそも信仰の自由は憲法で定められた国民の最も尊い権利であろうが、それを自らの捜査の怠慢を口実に汚そうという魂胆、こんなものは断じて許せんぞ。聞いておるのか。わしを怒らせてただで済むと思わん方がいいぞ。
For some reason, I think I understand exactly what your reference you're talking about, Cox. Alright, we'll push a little bit more. And if I feel tired after a certain point, I'll just drop, right? Drop on the floor immediately. Yeah, I still got 30 minutes, no problem. Honestly, a part of me is thinking about adjusting my stream schedule. So instead of like 8, I should make it like 6 or something. But in doing so, we kind of work against what we want our schedule to be.
So, ゆうべはお友達とみんなで夜遅くまで探してたの
？3時くらいまでかな。うん。
結局見つかったの？そのリカちゃんとさとこちゃんは。
おはよう。少しは眠れたかな？
Probably not much if it's like normal school hours. 5 hours maybe? Maybe even less because you have to go to bed still, right? Well,
何時間寝れたんだろうな。
well, he conked out pretty fast, but still.
多分、鶏の足でも数えられるくらいだと思う。学校行くか？
うん。その方がね、きっといいと思うの。
Man, I remember one time I was so tired from school that I slept at... It was really confusing to me because I think the time I woke was the time that I went to go to bed. So I must have gone to bed at like 4 and woke up at 4 p.m. I was like, what the fuck?
今日をお休みしたら、きっとケイチ君は病んで寝込んじゃうと思う。
I just remember being so tired that I was confused when I woke up. Like, there's just no way that I could have slept 24 hours or some shit.
私、そんなの嫌だから。 だから一緒に学校に行こ
わかった。ちょっと待っててくれ。すぐ支度するから。
It is disorienting, right? It's like I can't believe that I slept that long.
う。みーちゃん、さすがに今日は起きられないかもね。
あ、そうか。あいつにとっては昨日だけじゃないんだよな。一昨日の晩も村長さんを探して徹夜してるんだよな。どうする？もう少し待つか？
行こう。今日は寝かせておいてあげようよ。
ミオン、本当にいるよな？
ん？何か言ったかな？
あ、いや、独り言。行こうぜ。
Makes sense because of all the shit that's been going on.
おはようございます。
おはようございます。
前原くん、おはよう。龍宮くん、おはよ
おはようございます。
う。先生から大切なお話があるから、すぐに教室に入るように。
Okay, I definitely don't recall this being in the show.
いいかね。
皆さん、おはようございます。まず、校長先生から大切なお話があります。校長先生、どうぞ。
もう知っている生徒もおるだろう。
Okay. Well, in the visual novel, we haven't seen him yet. Only
はい、皆さん注目注目。
his. We haven't seen his image. Okay, how about that?
今日から当分の間、登下校は保護者の方と一緒に行います。保護者の方の都合がつきにくい生徒は集団での登下校とします。プリントを作りましたので、よく読み、保護者の方にも必ず見せてください。いいですね。
Okay, sure.
では授業を始めます。委員長はお休みですね。では日直号令。
Man, that reminds me of when my folks used to live like an hour's drive away from work, and well, they lived an hour's drive away from my school. There we go. And so, like, if I ever felt sick in the morning, it was a huge problem for them to come by and take me from school and back home. And thinking about it now, I feel kind of grateful for that, actually.
起立。
眠いね。
That's how I feel, too. Honestly, should I just call it quits right now? She's even. The last time we quit the stream, it was conveniently on a character saying they were sleepy, I think.
ああ、でももうそんなに気にならなくなったよ。むしろ今寝れるくらいのずぶとい神経が羨ましい。
そうかもね。
遠慮なくつっつけよ。今日は素直に俺の弁当の方が立派なのを認めろ。
じゃあ遠慮なくいただくね。
That's really sweet of him.
ああ、しそチーズのちくわ巻きなんて面白いな。
I have no idea what the hell she just said. Let me look it up. What's a chikuwa roll? Chikuwa roll? Is that a... What the hell? It's a fish cake, isn't it? Yeah, okay. What about this? Perilla is a plant. And cheese? Okay.
レナのだって今日のはレトルトだろうけどなかなかうまいぞ。
Yeah, the problem is that no one's there anymore. It's just these two. That's actually... You can feel that.
こうして2人だけでお弁当をつつき合ってるとなんだかそのなんだかだよね。
ごめん、その悪かった。
ううん、いいよ、仕方ないよ。
リカちゃんとサトコどこに行ったんだろうな。
Yeah, just pretending is really tough, isn't it?
昨日ね、ケイチくんがいなくなってる間にいろいろと話を聞いてたから、レナの知ってる限りを話すね。
昨べはすまなかった。頼む。でも結局何もわからなかったんだろ。学校が終わってから家に帰って2人で自転車に乗ってどこかへ行ったらしいということ以外は全く。
うん、警察の人も家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行ったんだろうって言ってる。家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行くところといったら町かもしれないでしょ。だから沖宮の町でいなくなったんじゃないかって結論になってるみたい。警察は明るくなってから捜査範囲を沖宮にも広げるって言ってた。
If she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog that bit the mayor.
町なんかに行くわけないと思うんだ。
ケイチ君もそう思う？レナもそう思うよ。リカちゃんもサトコちゃんもひなみ沢でいなくなったに違いないの。お弁当箱を洗ってくるね。 リカちゃんとサトコちゃんが街に遊びに行っていなくなったなんて。
You found something out?
なんだか腑に落ちなくて、私なりにいろいろ聞いたり調べたりしたの。
Okay.
聞いた？何を？
婦人会のおばさんたちにいろいろ。昨日のお味噌汁、お豆腐がいっぱい入ってたでしょ？
There was a lot of tofu in the miso soup. So, food for more?
富田豆腐店のおばあちゃんも来てたの。おばあちゃんね、昨日学校の帰り道にさとこちゃんがお店に寄ってお豆腐を買っていったのを覚えてたの。
Okay.
豆腐？学校の帰り道にだろ？それが何か手がかりになるのか？
いいから聞いて。リカちゃんの家に行った時のこと覚えてるかな？ガス台にお鍋がかけてあって、その中にお味噌汁が入ってたの。
Okay.
中にはお豆腐が多分一丁の半分くらい入ってたと思う。残りの半分は冷蔵庫の中にあったの。冷ややっこにするつもりだったんだね。お皿に開けてラップがかけてあった。
Okay, because I don't cook well at all, you're gonna have to walk me through this.
でもレナ、それが何だって言うんだ？
ケイチ君、お味噌汁のお豆腐って本当に最後の最後に入れるんだよ。つまりお料理してたリカちゃんか、もしくはさとこちゃんはお夕飯の時間の直前まであそこに立って料理をしていたことになるの。
You put it in last. Okay. And it was chilling. Okay.
夕食の時間の
So they got
直前まで？
interrupted.
三角コーナーのゴミを見たらすごく不吉祥だった。食事やお弁当はほとんどリカちゃんが作ってるんだけど、たまにね、さとこちゃんがすることもあるの。だからその晩はさとこちゃんがお料理したんだね。
それってつまりさとこに関しては遊びに行かず夕食の準備をしてたってことなのか？
うん。それで私、炊飯釜も見てみたの。炊飯釜には2人分のご飯が炊けていた。
Okay.
ってことは2人分の夕飯は作ったけど2人とも夕飯は食べなかった、そういうことか？
それで次に冷蔵庫の中も見てみたの。そうしたら残り半分のお豆腐で作った冷ややっこがあったの。それだけじゃない。お夕飯用に作ったおかずも何皿かあって、それらにはみんなラップがされていた。そう、ラップって食べ残しとかを取っておくためにするものだよね。冷蔵庫に入れたということは少なくともその晩のうちには食べないつもりだったということ。
そういうことになるのか？
ケイチ君、もっとよく考えて。お夕飯を全く手つけずでラップしてあったんだよ。どういうことだと思う？
じゃあ夕食を食べる必要がなくなったわけだ。外食とか出前とかで。
それも突然にね。前もって決まっていたらお料理なんかしない。そしてお夕食は2人分用意されていた。つまりさとこちゃんは2人で食事ができると本当に直前までそう思って料理をしていたということなの。
じゃあ 二人で遊びに行っていなくなったというのは間違いじゃないか。
Yeah, you shouldn't be looking for them randomly disappearing out there, but a culprit.
そう。
Okay.
つまりいなくなったのはお夕飯ができて夕食に至るまでの本当にわずかな時間。多分7時頃くらい。
そんな時間に食事もせずに二人はどこへ行ったんだ。
当然そこに行き着くよね。圭一君覚えてるかな。
Walk me through this.
折りたたみ机が置いてあって、その上にお醤油や箸立てなんかが置いてあったのを。
Soy sauce and a chopstick holder? I'm sorry, I did not notice that.
お醤油の小瓶ね。空っぽだったの。もう一滴も入ってなかった。これじゃあ冷ややっこは美味しくないよね。だから私、流しの下にある醤油の大瓶を探してみたの。
よくそんなところにあるって知ってるな。
私もリカちゃんの家に行ってお料理したことあったから。でね、流しの下を開けてみたら醤油の大瓶が瓶ごとなかったの。
Okay.
醤油の大瓶がないとどういう意味になるんだ。
Which means they didn't go for the easy mode refill.
ここから先は全部レナの想像だからね。だから最後まで口を挟まずに聞いていてね。
俺、ご近所付き合いってよくわからないんだが、醤油なんかって分けてもらえるものなのか？
I mean, I know that I couldn't do that with my neighbors. Well, actually, I think I could. I'm close enough to ask something as simple as that. But go on.
うん。ひなみ沢ではそんなに珍しいことじゃないよ。
Well, asking them for soy sauce at 7? Probably not. But, Rika has a special little, charisma, so I think she could pull it off. Oh, what the? Hey.
うちに食事の用意があるから、さとこちゃんもいらっしゃい。リカちゃんはもう食べてるよって。きっとそんな感じで呼び出したんだと思う。でもすでにこの時点でおかしいの。食事ってね、突然やってきた人に振る舞えるほど多めに作るものじゃないんだよ。
Sorry, one more time? So she rode on her bike to get some soy sauce. So the problem is that she took too long. And so Satoko would call. And then the response is, we have plenty of food, come join us. Okay, and then you go. Okay, but this is already pretty strange. You don't normally make so much food that you can give it to people who suddenly arrived at your house. Okay.
たまたま偶然作りすぎたことだって考えられるだろう。
それでも絶対に考えられない。だってリカちゃんはさとこちゃんが頑張って作ったお夕飯がもうできてることを知ってるんだよ。どんなにお夕飯を勧められたってさとこちゃんのお夕飯を無駄にするようなことをするわけがない。
じゃあレナ、リカちゃんはどこへ醤油をもらいに行ったんだ。
I can think of an answer.
レナの推理はここまで。
It has to be a place that she can go to normally. And if you received a call from this place, it wouldn't be suspicious.
あくまでも想像だからね。警察の人とかには内緒にしておいてね。
隠すことはないんじゃないか。
That's right. They went to Angel Mort.
仮に半分しか会ってないとしてもきっとヒントにはなると思うぞ。
Anyway, go ahead, Mecha. I mean, if you think about it, right, that place is open up pretty late at night. But
ケイチ君。
Rika goes all the way to Angel Mort on a bike because she was really starving for the maid outfits. Okay, we've seen it before. So she was like, okay, you know what? I really wanted just to get some dessert here. So she calls up Satoko and goes like, get your ass over here. They're having all you could eat special. Come on, Satoko. And she's like, dog, but I made dinner. And it took so much effort. And Rika's like, no, come on. They even have soy sauce and everything. And Satoko's like, all right, fine. What? One night out of the week, we'll dine out, okay? And so Rika, who's hanging out at Angel Mart, is having like the best dessert of her life. She's having all the cake, all the let's say, I was gonna say mushrooms, what? All the muffins, all the cupcakes, everything, and the maid outfits. Okay, she even had that. She ate it all. Okay. Satoko arrived to Angel Mart, and she's like, Rika, you ate everything. How dare you? And then they get into a big fight, a gigantic fight. Everyone hears about it all over. Where is it? Okonomiya? Wherever that place is, right? And then the fight gets so big that they kill each other, swinging at each other at the exact same time. They fall into the floor of Angel Mart, and they realize 2 kids just died in a restaurant. They can't call the police. They can't tell their dead parents. They have to hide the evidence. And so the employees of Angel Mart, they hide the bikes and they hide the bodies. Done. Case closed.
これってひなみ沢の人を疑うって意味だよ。
Hang on, something in my eye. That stupid ass story. Okay, anyway, what's your question? Can playing multiple fighting games lead down to the path of skill decay or the potential of growth, or does it depend on the person? So when you're starting out in fighting games, you're trying to build up a skill set, right? And some fighting games emphasize different skill sets more than the other. So for example, let's say you have trouble with screen awareness, okay? Like, for some reason, when someone's at a certain space, you don't really understand what their tool set is. And because of that, you often walk into moves because you are not recognizing that they're in their ideal range. And so to you think it's your turn and you're good to be pressing buttons at their ideal range, but you're taking more risks than you think you are. And so certain games that emphasize that could be like, if you want slow pace in Street Fighter, for example, right? However, that's a different kind of screen awareness than, say, Marvel, for instance, right? In Marvel vs. Capcom 3, as an example, you can call assists and then move in such a way so that the opponent doesn't see the assist. And so screen awareness becomes also being aware of UI, right? Or hearing something. So like if you hear hidden missile, you probably know that Doom missiles are gonna come and hit you in the face, right? So you have to also be aware of like things other than directly on the character. You have to look a little bit higher, maybe see the assist gauge or some shit like that. Or you gotta pay attention to sound and know that it's there, right? It's a little bit different than what Street Fighter would do. And so all these skills kind of add up. So for example, I'll give you one more example. In Street Fighter, it's very uncommon. Okay, Street Fighter 5, it's more common. But in older Street Fighters, it's less common, in my opinion, to anti-air with a light normal. You're more likely to anti-air with a Dragon Punch or a Crouching Hard Punch, for example, right? Or any relevant button. But in King of Fighters, it's very, 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 very common to anti-air with a light normal. Because jump arcs are a lot shorter, if you want them to be, in King of Fighters. And so you develop that skill. The quick button anti-air versus like always trying to do the complicated motion of a DP. Or maybe your hard punch anti-air comes out too slow, therefore your jab anti-air gives you more reward, right? In Street Fighter 5 early on, jab anti-air was really powerful. Maybe it still is, I don't know. But that's a skill that you don't necessarily learn from older Street Fighters. And so you learn it from King of Fighters. And then you apply it to other games. Jab anti-air might not be entirely relevant in Street Fighter, but it is relevant in Marvel, right? And it is relevant in anime games too. And so each fighting game gives you a different skill set to learn from and to build upon. And so once you've kind of like had your taste of the buffet of fighting games, ideally, if you took it seriously, you learn what lessons those fighting games are trying to teach you. And because you do so, you'll become overall a stronger player. However, the question is, even if you touch a little bit of everything, are you a master at anything? Right, that's kind of the problem. You need to find like your investment in one game that you ideally like, and you specialize in it when you can. Because then you take in all your lessons, ideally from other games, and then you apply it to the one that you're trying to learn, and you become stronger for it. If you just touch a little bit of everything and never invest in one, well, it's going to be a little bit difficult to grind those skills out and make sure that you're more than just average, right? Okay, that took a long time to explain my thought process. Let's move forward.
確信もないのに村の人を疑えない。
I mean, to be fair, I just solved the mystery. I told you how Rika and Sadako died. They died at Angel Mort. Yeah, no problem. You're right. That could be it. They realized that you were it at 7. Well, if you happen to remember a conversation that happened last night in the game, then that can be a good clue. Yeah, this is on Steam, but it's a modded version. And if you're gonna play the Steam version, I also really recommend that you mod it. This might be like the best experience for Higurashi. Well, other than the anime, but you got this in the visual novel is what I'm saying. Well, rather that in the visual novel. What did the mod change? Quite a lot, actually. So you see the screen is rectangular, right? The Steam version is actually square, so there's different backgrounds, for example, different sprites, music's different. You also gain access to like movies, different sections of the visual novel, possibly, and even more story because they add more chapters, so quite a few. I'm not gonna read the chapters not written by Rikushi though, so you're pretty much gonna read the most important chapters. Oh right, there's voice acting. I forgot about that. Yeah, imagine me reading this visual novel without all the things that are on the screen right now. No voice acting. Would you really sit through the stream with me saying absolutely nothing except for commentary? Okay, maybe. That's happened before with like Fata Morgana. That was exceptionally a good story though. That it carried itself so well even through silence. I've been going through Grisaya on Switch, only 10 hours, but it feels like a slow burner. I would say that Higurashi is kind of the same way. If you really, really want a visual novel that that has a lot of things going for it other than its writing, I recommend the more visual novels. Yeah, the more visual novels. So, Muv-Luv comes to mind, and I'd give like Somnium Files a chance. And then hopefully if that like kind of greases your wheels into the medium, you can give other ones a try.
前原君、昼休みは終わりであるぞ。教室に戻りなさい。
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about covering Grisaya, if I'm even allowed to. Like I said, I've tried to contact Frontwing multiple times, to nothing, to no answer.
"本当にいいのか？一人じゃ不用心だぞ。
レナを送った後、一人で帰るケイチ君だって同じくらい不用心だよ。まだ明るいんだもの。大丈夫。
そうか。じゃあ気をつけてな。
うん。あれ？あれ、警察の人じゃないかな。
I mean, he was true to his word. Here he is.
レナはもう行きな。あいつに絡まれると長い。
でも、どうして警察の人がケイチ君に用があるんだろう。
Yeah, that's a really sweet thing about her, huh? She's perceptive, and she's really caring.
俺は犯人じゃない。
そんなの知ってるよ。
でも事件に何の関わりもないとは言い切れない。今度話すよ。
うん、待ってるね。
じゃあ早く行きな。
どうもどうも。
Oh man, here we go.
おかえりなさい、前原さん。
どうも。
ご家族はお留守みたいですね。いやはや困っていたんですよ。
親父の仕事の関係で出かけてるんだと思います。帰りは遅いと思いますよ。
そうですか。それは好都合です。親御さんに変な思いをさせずに済みます。
警察に連行するんですか？
いえいえ、立ち話もなんですから。車の中、さあ、どうぞどうぞ。
Okay, hang on. I'm trying to do a few things on the side before I go to bed. And it's almost bedtime. I'm already feeling it.
.ありゃ、冷えすぎます？切りましょうか。
Okay, here we go again.
捜査の方はどうなってるんですか？
捜査？何のですか？最近はいっぱいやりすぎてどれのことやら。
全部です。
いいですよ。本当は報道管制の敷かれた秘密捜査なんですが、あなたには特別に聞かせてあげましょう。じゃあ最初の事件からいきます。こっちはお恥ずかしいかな。さっぱり進展なしです。
Makes me really wonder how the 2020 release is gonna be, because this feels so much more mystery than it is horror, at least to me, from my perspective. In the anime, I feel a lot more horror, honestly, to me, than mystery. So what's 2020 gonna do? Somewhere in between? Or is it gonna emphasize more on one or the other?
まずは富武さん。集団で暴行を受けた形跡はあるのですが、自分の喉をかき破るなんて異常な死に方の説明がつかないんです。何らかの薬物中毒を疑っているんですが、検出はされませんでした。
高野さんはどんな感じなんです？
同じくさっぱりです。焼死死体は検視が非常に困難でして。
Well, given that there's no gore on the screen thus far for Higurashi, it feels like they had to add it into the actual show, so I don't know.
首を絞められた後にガソリンをかけられたんじゃないかと見ています。管轄がお隣の県警さんでね。あちらさん、自分たちの縄張りの事件だからってあんまり協力的じゃないんですよ。おっと、これは関係ない話ですね。
I recommend it on Steam over the Vita, but I do recommend it, yes.
ですが、犯行時間はおおむねお祭りが終わった直後だろうと見ています。
So it would come with 3 stories: Love, Love Extra, and then Unlimited in one pack, and then Alternative would be the final part of the trilogy.
高野さんの方はちょっとあやふやですが、富武さんとほぼ同じ時刻に殺害され、山中に遺棄されたと考えるのが妥当でしょうな。
Yeah, but there's a very big reason why people love that series so much. So if you're surprised, I hate to say this, I want to say give story 1 and 2 a shot, move into 3. Vito will be fine, don't worry.
どうしてわざわざ遠くの山まで死体を運んだんでしょう。富武さんも同じように遠くへ運べばよかったのに。
ありゃ、前原さん、あなたなかなかどうして鋭いですね。もちろん私もそこは注目すべき点だと思っていますよ。他にもいくつか不審点はありますが、まあ現時点でお話しできるのはこのくらいです。
村長さんの方はどうですか？何か手がかりはありましたか？
失踪された一日の足取りを調べました。手がかりになるようなものは見つかりませんでしたが、一応お話ししましょうか。古い生まれの方って非常にプライドが高いんですよね。それで村長さん、誰にも内緒で鹿骨市内にある大学病院の肛門科に通われていたんです。
Okay.
失踪当日、村長さんは診察の予約が取ってあったんで、朝一で出かけられました。診察が終わったのは午後1時頃です。その後、病院内のレストランで軽食を取られ、雑誌を読みながら時間を潰されました。この辺りのことは自宅にあったお財布の中のレシートで分かってます。
Okay.
その日は夕方から神社の集会場で会合の予定があったんです。それで余裕を持ってお帰りになるはずだったんですが、途中電車で人身事故がありましてね。どうもそれで足止めを食ってしまったらしく、家に着いたのは会合の時間の直前でした。ご家族が大慌てで神社の集会場に出かけていく村長さんを目撃しています。
Sorry, what? He was supposed to return home with plenty of time to spare, but while he was on the train coming back, there was an accident. Seems it delayed him a bit, and he only got back to his house right before the meeting was scheduled to start. Got it.
会合ってのは何だったんですか？確かその会合の帰り道に失踪してるんですよね。
会合は御三家と町会の主要役員が集まってのものでした。今年も起こってしまった連続開始事件の対応について協議したものと思われます。
Wait a minute. Sorry, one more time? We think they were discussing how to deal with the serial freak death incident that had happened again this year. So then, on his way home, the old man who had treated Shion like his own daughter, he was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet...
あれ？
どうなさいました？
Yeah, definitely give me a flashback here, please. Okay, I'm referring to a phone call, but alright, sure. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, he went there without telling his family. Okay, yep, I'm following. Right. That puts into question Shion and that phone call that we had.
Kei-chan, 私、どうしよ
どうした？話せよ。俺たちの間で隠し事はなしだろ？
う。私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。村長さんに私、あの晩最後でに忍び込んだこと打ち明けたんです。誰かにそれを見られてて、私たちを狙っている人がいるって。
ああ、それで？
君吉のおじいちゃん、怒らなかった。そしてにっこり笑って、しおちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって本当に笑いながら任せなさいって。
Shion said she learned of the incident from a phone call her father had made that morning. The mayor had left the house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. He didn't tell anybody where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train ride back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. Then the meeting at the assembly hall began and continued until it was dark out, and everyone left. Nobody saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant
前原さん、大丈夫ですか？やっぱり暑いんならクーラー入れますよ。前原さん、もしもし？
はい。
he's not telling the cop anything. Okay.
私、知ってる限りのことを話したつもりです。お返しに、今度は前原さんの話を聞かせてもらってもいいですよね。
Yeah, you know, equivalent exchange and all. Oh boy.
ほらほら、また黙り込む。もし誤解があるようなら先に解いておきたいんですがね。私は別にあなたが犯人だなんて思っちゃいないんです。あの晩、あなたたち4人が西宮殿に忍び込んだことは知っています。次の日にはもう村の知る人は誰でも知る噂になってましたからね。それ自体は不法侵入として問われるべきことですが、問題はそれじゃない。そこで何があったかなんです。忍び込んだ人間が次々と犠牲になるような何があったのか。
Yeah, he really wants to know this.
何もなかったです。
本当に何もなかったんですか？だって現にこうして中に入った人たちが次々と犠牲になってるんですよ。しかも扉の鍵を付け替えた村長やリカさんまで犠牲に。それだけの事態を引き起こす何があの中にあったんです。
It's also really nice to get the perspective from the police in the visual novel, so I can understand how they're trying to investigate it, right? Because without that, I'd be screaming incompetence right now.
大昔に使った拷問道具がたくさんしまってありました。
I mean, they still let shit happen, don't get me wrong, but
それを高野さんたちと見て回りました。
at least how they're trying to investigate it makes logical sense to me. They're like, oh, there must be something that they hid inside the shed that's so critical to to being hidden that people are dying for it.
本当にそれだけ？
Curse? What's that, right?
本当にそれだけです。
口封じをされるようなとんでもないものが隠してあったんじゃないですか？
Which means that they think the curse is a cover-up for intention. You didn't make Oyashiro angry. You just saw something that you shouldn't have.
例えば覚醒剤の山とか。
And now he's asking, maybe this is how Tomitake died, right? These drugs that made him claw his throat.
消しの秘密工場があったとか。
Or how they make their money, right?
あるいはソ連か中国あたりの拳銃が山ほど積まれていたと。
Okay, buddy.
不審な木箱やコンテナが山積みされてませんでしたか？
Yeah, like Hinamizawa's gonna create an uprising now. Let's go.
西宮殿に何か秘密があるんじゃないかと思って捜査令状を請求したんですがね。もう空前絶後の妨害工作がありまして、信仰の対象に対する侮辱であり、憲法で定めた信仰の自由をなんたらかんたら。いやもう。だから実際に入ったあなたに聞くほかなかったんですよ。
Oh, you're talking about Mayoika, right, Coxdom?
本当に古い錆びて埃をかぶった拷問道具しかなかったです。他に目立つものなんて何もなかったです。
では富武さんたちが殺されたのは禁忌を破ったからという制裁だけなんですかね。
I know that's what you were thinking. Please.
もういちいち隠しませんけどね。あなただけが今日まで被害を免れてるんです。あなた以外は全員が消えたのに、あなただけが無事なんです。あなたが無事で、あなた以外が被害に遭う。どんな違いがあったのか。
You're the only one to escape harm so far. What the fuck does that mean?
それが知りたいんです。
ちょっと待ってください。あなただけがってどういう意味ですか？
ですからあなただけが最後の生き残りなんじゃないですか。西宮殿に忍び込んだコソ泥4人組の。
Oh, well.
あの晩に富武二郎さんと高野美代さんが死に、翌日園崎紫音さんが失踪しました。あなただけが無事に今日までを過ごしてるんです。なぜあなただけなのか。私はそれが知りたいと言ってるんです。
シオンが失踪したって？そんなバカな。
ありゃ？とっくにご存知だったとばかり。
そんなのは初めて聞いた。シオンが失踪した？いつ？
遡ると綿流しの次の日に失踪していたことになります。
Just that soon?
園崎紫音さんはその日の気分で親類の家を泊まり歩いたりしますので、所在不明が当たり前なんですよ。学校も気分一つでよく休みますしね。先生も困り果ててました。
そんなことは聞いてない。シオンはいつ失踪したかって聞いてるんだ。
ですから綿流しの次の日です。
Ooh, man, that just sent a chill. I felt that. Ooh, okay.
学校は平気で休むし、それを自宅に知らせても取り合ってもらえないから、学校もいちいち電話しない。そんなこんなで、彼女が失踪したことに気づくのに、だいぶ時間がかかったんですよ。
Okay.
ほら、覚えてませんか？綿流しの次の日に、私たち図書館でお会いしたでしょう。あの時、シオンさんもいましたよね。あれが最後の目撃なんです。あの後、彼女の所在は確認されてないんです。
そんなバカな。そんなバカな。
エンジェルモートっていうファミレスのバイトですよね。
Yeah?
あの日から無断欠勤です。
Guys, I told you, I solved the mystery. Don't you find it suspicious that the mayor was looking at a menu from Angel Mart? That wasn't because they were lazy about drawing food. It was Angel Mart. Didn't I explain to you the theory about how Rika would go to a place that she would know? Angel Mart. And they would have food there. Angel Mart. And guess who also disappeared? Who worked at Angel Mart? It all makes sense.
今日に至るまで全てを無断欠勤してるんです。
Wake up, sheeple! Come on! It's not some crazy curse. It's not some angry villager. It was always this gigantic ass corporation trying to take over the world. I told you.
人も連絡を取ろうにも取れず困りきってましたよ。
そんなバカな。そんなバカな。
状況証拠だけですがね。図書館でお別れしてからバイト先に向かうまで、この間に失踪したと考えるのが妥当でしょうね。ご存知なかったみたいですね。なら先に話せばもっと話が早かったかな。
No kidding, right? We got to this point because information wasn't shared.
もうこれでご理解いただけたでしょう。あとはあなただけなんです。あなただけが西宮殿に忍び込んだ4人の生き残りなんです。
Alright, well there we go. So, as long as Keiichi doesn't get hungry and wants munchies at night, I think he'll be okay.
次に何か起こるとすれば、それはあなたなんです。前原さん、どうかご理解を。
His dad was like, it was Angel Mart.
シオンさんはとっくに失踪してるんです。次はあなたなんですよ。
そんなバカな。
Alright. 2:30 in the morning, guys. You already know what I'm thinking. You already know what I'm thinking. It's the perfect time to stop, right? It's the perfect time to stop. What's the point of going on when you already know that the criminals are Angel Mart? I solved it for you. Come on, guys. Get some sleep. Think about how obvious this story is, okay? We already know the culprits. Wrap it up, Oishi. Grab the rest of the gang. Let's arrest some employees. pull the 5 subs to continue. Honestly, I am so tired right now. I could go some for sleep. I mean, I can try to make some coffee, and we'll try to finish this. But here. Let me ask this legitimately. For anyone who's read this, how close are we to the end? Are we talking like 1 to 2 hours? Because it doesn't feel like it. I think there's a little bit more than that. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, so see, there we go. It's gonna be a cliffhanger. Okay. Okay. Anyway, so as I said before, I was supposed to be streaming on Sunday and not Saturday, but obviously something came up. So today, which is Sunday, I will not be streaming. I'll be hanging out with a few friends online. I promise. Don't worry. We're not gonna like go out and like break the quarantine or something. But if you enjoyed the stream, I want to let you know that there are 2 streamers on FinestKO. I am Koopa. I stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays and sometimes the weekends at 8 p.m. PST. Today and Sunday I will not be streaming. You'll see me again on Tuesday. The other streamer is Spirit Juice. He streams on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays, also at 8 p.m. well, PDT, right? So you ever forget when we stream, you look at the Higurashi logo, you look at that 8. Yeah, that 8, which is not the infinity symbol, I promise, right? And you remember FinestKO, all right? 8 p.m. PDT. Next, if this is your first time appearing on our channel, well, we are FinestKO, a variety stream with fighting game roots. If you want to know when our streams and events happen, please follow us here on our Twitter and our Facebook, and our Twitch, obviously. Twitter.com/FinestKO and Facebook.com/FinestKO are the places to follow to know when streams and events happen. You can join our YouTube if you want to be updated on our YouTube footage. We're kind of trying to get more subscribers to help us get revenue. It's been kind of tough to find ways to put footage up there, though, but we'll see how that works. And you can join our Discord. So if you want to join our Visual Novel Club, our Discord is there with the club. It also notifies of streams and events, and it's the only place I announce after our streams. So if you want to hang out with us, watch a movie or something, then Discord's the place to go to. All right, that's it, guys. I will see you Tuesday at 8 p.m. PDT. Take it easy, everyone.